Hey, what's up, guys? We are doing our weekly new player tournament, and we'll be kicking it off in just a minute. We got even more signups than we did last week. 35 people signed up. Of the people who signed up, we have probably like half of them actually checked in. So almost 20 people is going to be pretty sick. Should have plenty of really good games to cast today. I see quite a few people from last week's tournament who are here again also. So that's always a good thing to see is returning folks coming in and seeing if they can get the dub here. We probably won't see nearly as much Slaanesh this week as we did last with Pinchy just running the table and just absolutely dominating with the what I think a lot of people can agree on being the strongest faction in the game right now. Slaanesh is pretty brutal. They're very, very difficult to deal with. Wow. Seeing people actually banning Seekers in some of the other tournaments that are up. Which I understand limiting them, but outright banning them might be a little bit much. But fair enough, I guess. Slaanesh up here with the 75% win rate is a little much for a lot of people, I imagine. All right. No, you can still sign up. You've got to wait. No, actually, might not be able to at this point. I didn't realize that it was so close to the 11th hour here. But yeah, you might be a little bit off. But just hang around and watch some of the games, and go ahead and sign up for the tournament that's happening next week, Bulba. You can also try contacting Big JP on Discord and ask if you can get in here. Alright, brackets live. We've got a lot of people in here. Hell yeah. 10 games it looks like going on right now. 9 games, with one buy round currently. Alright, guys. Give me just a minute and we'll jump in with a match somewhere here. Just wanting to make sure that things are nice and sorted out. Oh, sweet. Here we go. Okay. So let me just familiarize myself with what maps we're going to be seeing a lot of. Since I mostly just go through and do the replays and everything, trying to get as many as possible, you'll be seeing a lot of the maps that we're doing today. At least the first four, of course. Semifinals and finals, you know, we're only going to see those a couple times. So we've got Chateau de Roquefort for round 1, Glade of the Everqueen for round 2, Bordelot Landing, and then Crystal Lake. All really good maps. Some of my personal favorites. Chateau, probably the weakest out of the bunch here, but it is still entertaining to watch games get played on here. Let me swap away before I give up all these builds for people. If you want to live spectate, yeah, I usually just manage it from here. Contact people personally. I usually only live cast the first round, like one game, and then I start doing replays until we get to semis and finals, which I do live cast. So, bans on units is... no limits on Seekers, actually, which is interesting. I am very curious if there hasn't been any patches recently. People are probably just mixing it up. I've been noticing that some people ban Seekers, some people limit them, some people don't even touch them at all, but I don't know how you balance Slaanesh out right now. They just seem so strong as a faction overall. But anyways, like I said, we probably won't be seeing a ton of them. Captain Pinchy, who won last week, ran the table with them. I don't think anybody else is playing them. We probably won't be seeing too much of them. But if we do, it'll be okay. It's going to be very interesting to see if there's any newer players who are able to maximize Slaanesh's potential. Because they're definitely a faction where if your micro's on point, and you know what you're doing, you're just going to absolutely roll over people who are not prepared for the counterplay against Slaanesh. Alright, man. High Elves versus Khorne is a pretty tricky matchup for Khorne now. It used to be incredibly favorable for Khorne. For a good long while, in fact. But it's kind of flipped on its head now. High Elf players aren't really letting people just they're not really allowing Khorne to just play the game that they typically want to anymore. People are a lot more cozened on to what's strong and what really works in the Khorne roster, and is countering it a little bit more consistently. Lots of single entities against Khorne tends to be the high elf strategy. Just because the like Star Dragons, Moon Dragons, any of the dragons really do tremendous amounts of damage. We're not really going to be seeing any of that here. We've actually got Teclis. Teclis is on the bird, 120 speed, very fast. Definitely going to be able to threaten Valkia a little bit. We've got 2 Lore Masters of Hoeth on foot here. White Lion line going to be trying to grapple with the Khornate Infantry, which is going to be pretty tough. They're very heavily outnumbered. And Bloodletters out-trade White Lions pretty hard. It's not a great fight for White Lions at all. They're also pretty vulnerable to the Skull Cannon shooting and also throwing axes, despite the missile resist that the White Lions have. There is a Tyrannok Chariot. We'll see how the micro is on it. If our High Elf player is good and micros around that Chariot appropriately, should be able to kind of dominate the passages onto the objectives. Maybe be able to do enough damage to swing the infantry fight in the High Elf's favor here. It's going to be really important, because if you're not going to be relying on value trading with your SEs, and you're looking to kind of grind against Khorne, you've got to make it as lopsided in your favor as possible. Is my Discord going off? I swear, man. Give me 1 second, guys. They're just setting up here. High Elves are going to definitely need to consolidate on one objective before they start pushing for any others. They don't have the numbers on the field right now. They've got a lot of money tied up in Teclis, which isn't a bad idea. Teclis is an excellent option against Khorne. Having nets and some really strong spellcasting options works wonders for him. He can just do so much for you. No regrowth or anything, which I don't think is super necessary, but there's also no potions of Koroi here. I don't know why. Potion of Koroi is an excellent item for Teclis. But I guess just going for the Earthblood healing here with the Lore Masters of Hoeth also isn't a bad idea. Should be able to keep that going on cooldown. There's not a lot of fire damage to mitigate any of the healing outside of the Horsemen, Valkia, and, well, actually, there is quite a lot now. I'm really looking at it. Man, this is a wide Khorne army. Valkia, man, also has Sleipnir. Sleipnir is an excellent spell at chewing through White Lions, because they, they're a little looser of a formation than a lot of High Elf units, but still pretty tightly packed. Don't have a tremendous amount of HP on the unit either, and Sleipnir is devastating. It does so much damage. It can really mess you up if you're not waiting and prepared for it. Trying to dodge. Valkia takes a little bit of poke from the Tyrannok Chariots. Chariots should not really bother shooting Valkia. She's very heavily armored. Not going to be enough damage to really be worth much of anything. Shooting at the Bloodletters will do a lot more good for the High Elves here, because it's going to be a very difficult unit to get through. They have a lot of HP. They do a ton of damage once they get locked into melee combat. And a little bit of work going down out here. Illyrian Reaver Archers coming out and doing a very good job of poking back the Marauder Horsemen of Khorne. Not before they take the objective, though, which is unfortunate. Number 3 is unoccupied currently. Marauders pushing up to take that. And Khorne is going to be pushing right up onto the number 2 here. High Elves with a very wide opening right now. Look like they're going to be trying to take a fight all across the formations here. And a really nice opening salvo from the Skull Cannon. Kills 7 models. Takes a nice chunk of HP out of these guys in total. About 1,000 health lost. Killing a few more with the shot going through. But the Vortex not getting on top of the unit at all is a little fortunate for the High Elves. Saving their units a little bit of pain. Marauders do get on top of White Lions. Don't want to bunch too many infantry up into these fights. Bound Fiery Convocation is on the table, and it would just devastate these Marauders if it actually landed square. Same thing here with the Chaos Warriors and the Bloodletters. You really only want to have one unit locked in combat at a time for precisely this reason. Bound Fiery Convocation coming down, no dodge attempt coming out. Devastating damage. Really, really brutal for Khorne. Landing just short of these Marauders as well. Really nice start for the High Elves. Throwing axes pushed off. They are pretty much dead and gone. Fleshhounds coming out in numbers for sure here. And more Skull Cannon whiffs, man. Skull Cannon has not been very accurate. Missing a lot of shots. Not very good against the Skirmish Cav. Fleshhounds do get on the Illyrian Reaver Archers. Really nice for Khorne there. Bloodletters piling in. Big Flock of Doom going down. Khorne's doing a decent job of grinding here. I think the Khorngors should probably just rear charge the White Lions that are sitting in here. Get after them and finish those guys off. And Valkia needs to be very careful. Fighting near this Lore Master of Hoeth. Lore Masters of Hoeth are crazy foot duelists. They have great stats. They will beat the hell out of Valkia just because she is infantry sized. She really can't stand and fight against them very well. Skull Cannon getting into melee, which I do kind of like. It is very good against White Lions. Can chip through them pretty effectively with that 325 weapon strength. Just running them over, getting some healing, and also getting the ammunition back from its Skull Feast ability. Fleshhounds chasing a little fruitlessly back here. You don't want to be doing too much of this. If your opponent's got some units locked in combat, then you're better off going after what's engaged already. But you can also send the Fleshhounds in against the War Lions. War Lions of Trace are very bad against Fleshhounds. Fleshhounds win that fight pretty comfortably. They just do more damage. They have a little bit of they have a little bit less health. Nothing too significant, though, and the fact that they've got the physical resist and good weapon strength does typically does tend to flip the fight in Khorne's favor there. And you're better off doing that instead of just chasing after those Illyrian Reavers. You're just going to run you into the Shadow Realm. Valkia actually takes the fight against this very isolated Lore Master, and it is putting the beat down on him right now. Doing a very good job of hitting against his 62 melee defense. Typically, Valkia's not going to do as good of a job against foot characters as she is against larger targets, but great work so far, and Khorne really starting to clean up the White Lions. White Lions have really just gotten manhandled this game. They have not been able to provide a lot of value. They're almost 900 gold, and none of them that are out here have gotten even close outside of this one. Just gotten almost 700, but really unfortunate for the High Elves right now. Teclis not doing enough either. Teclis is a great unit. He really needs to be hounding down Valkia, though. And without the healing from the Lore Masters of Hoeth, I'm not sure what the High Elves are going to be able to do here. They've lost all the momentum on the battlefield now. War Lions, they're dealing with these Fleshhounds, but the Fleshhounds are grinding back a decent amount of value here. This tends to be what happens against Khorne if you play too evenly into them. Is you can do pretty decently in the opening. You can have a very healthy Lord. your skirmishers can be doing really nicely, trading evenly on a lot of fronts, but once your units start getting worn down, and especially once you've lost infantry presence on the objectives, Khorne is just going to lock those down all day with the elite infantry. Basic Marauders do really well. They've got just good melee attack, very solid stats overall, and as long as they've got Frenzy, they uptrade into everything the High Elves have. Even Rangers don't want to be fighting Marauders, just because Rangers have low melee defense for a High Elf unit. Only 36, Marauders with Frenzy have 44 melee attack. Then they've got low armor on top of that with a low HP pool. It gets really ugly for the High Elves, and it's just going to get worse and worse. We've lost the other Lore Master of Hoeth out here. Really hasn't traded all that great. Valkia, good job landing her on the ground here, buffering out with the Khorngors. And Teclis, fruitlessly flying overhead. Not going to be able to salvage this game. I don't think it's going to take a big comeback from the High Elves here to make this happen. Getting good value with the Skirmishers. Skirmishers definitely the big MVPs in this matchup. They win very hard in all of their fights, and I think maybe a few more Illyrian Reaver Archers would be a good call in this particular game. They have a lot of targets to shoot. Horsemen, Fleshhounds, Bloodletters are another really good target for them. Everqueen's Court Guard actually making their way out on the field. A really great unit. Definitely going to be able to apply some good damage across the field here, but definitely going to be vulnerable to any dives. Sword of Khorne comes down and just chunks their HP. Down to about a quarter already, and one Sleipnir would probably just completely finish off the unit. Illyrian Reaver Archer is going to be taking the fight against the Warhounds here, which is going to save the Everqueen's Court Guard, but they desperately need heals here. And Valkia, like I said, one Sleipnir on this very bunched up unit. It would do about as much damage as that sword already did. So it'll basically one-shot the remaining unit, kill them all, that'd be it. Warhound's taking a little bit of fire from the Everqueen's Court Guard here. Just hanging in, just trying to get what value they can, and the Horsemen probably going to be finishing this unit off. These guys are just so tattered that the Horsemen charge, they're so good in melee combat. They got such good charge bonus, good weapon strength, and Sisters of Avalorn have very light armor at only 40. They're going to take the worst of this combat. You can see how quickly they're dropping models. They were at 80 when the charge went down, and they're already down to about 30 models, dropping even more. That's going to be the end of the Sisters of Avalorn there. Khorne with the triple cap, they're going to be hanging on to that the entire game at this point. Khorngors fighting against Rangers. Rangers are good against Khorngors. They trade pretty evenly into them. Teclis flying overhead. Let's see what's he going to be trying to do. God, he's got nowhere to go, really. Arcane Phoenix, you know, pretty good unit. Chipping through some of the Chaos Warriors' HP here. Doing his best to help out these Rangers. More Rangers coming out. Another Chironak Chariot coming out onto the field. Did okay the first time around. Didn't get its value back, though. It's a big inefficiency for the High Elves yet again. Dead Everqueen's Court Guard over here. Illyrian Reaver Archers getting chewed on by some Warhounds. Warhounds doing alright. I don't love Warhounds in Warhammer 3. They're just not that good of a unit.
One of your units has been destroyed.
They just have terrible leadership, and, you know, they get folded up by a stiff breeze. But they are good at chasing down routing units, which is what we've got going on back here. Just really nice micro. And they can support Fleshhounds a little bit. So, if you're going to have them, McGill is doing a very good job of bringing them out and managing expectations with those guys. Fury is coming in here. Big Horn of Khorne going down on this fight with the Rangers. And just ripping them apart. 43 melee attack on the Khorngors with Horn active. Chaos Warriors doing pretty nicely for themselves. Also, 67 melee attack on Furies, man. Furies are just vicious, dude. They've got really high weapon strength. Great against light armor to begin with, even against Rangers, and with the Horn active, forget about it. Gonna feast on the souls of these high elves all day long. Getting rapidly approaching the end of the game here. Just saying, hanging in here, just value trading a little bit. I don't mind people sitting in here and playing all the way through to the whistle, especially for newer players. I highly recommend it, in fact. You'll get a good idea of what kind of units you can utilize in a come-from-behind kind of situation, and try and grind value in unfavorable circumstances. Tyrannok Chariot, intercepted by Fleshhounds. McGill with the micro, really on point, honestly. Doing a very good job of locking down a lot of these units with mass and controlling their mobility and just ripping them apart, man. You can see how good Fleshhounds are, even against decently armored Chariot-type units. So that weapon strength, man. Good weapon strength, decent AP on that as well. And the Furies falling in from behind, getting big overlapping attacks on top of that. Minotaurs coming in, just hanging out. Skull Cannon, how's the Skull Cannon been doing? Oh my goodness. 194 kills, 1400 value, beautiful micro too. Just swinging out of the way of Teclis there. And that is going to be game. Really well played game by McGill. And just saying, I like the idea. It's just not good in practicality. Teclis, decent Lord option. And White Lions might be good in the fourth quarter, where you've maybe dealt with a Skull Cannon or any of the throwing axes. They're just not very good in the opener. Another issue is the Bloodletters. Bloodletters traded very well against them, as you can see. And they have a hard time even dealing with Chaos Warriors of Khorne. Chaos Warriors of Khorne hold for so long that White Lions are going to have a really hard time trading up into them even. By the time you've gotten through the Chaos Warriors have gotten some pretty good damage on your White Lions. And then your opponent's just going to replace with some, Khorne Gorers or some Bloodletters in the late game that are just going to chew the rest of the HP off of these White Lions of Trace. Everqueen's Court Guard. Sisters of Avalorn are really risky against Khorne. Sleipnir just ruins them. Absolutely obliterates that unit. War Lions are a good choice. The Archers did the best out of everything here. I don't think you need this many Rangers. You can probably just bring 2. I do like Silverhelms, actually. They're very good against Fleshhounds. And they can hammer home against the Marauders. They do have to avoid Khorne Gores, though. And Khorne Gores very strong in the current meta with Khorne swarming capabilities. So, the thing that I've been seeing a lot of is, like, double Moondragon. Or double Star Dragon, even. Double Star Dragon's really expensive. You can get away with the Moondragons just because they're also very good combatants. Let me show it off here. This is what I've been seeing a lot of. Teclis here. Teclis on the horse. You can bring Sword. Flock of Doom isn't bad. But you bring Regrowth. Net of Amantok is a much more important spell for controlling Khorne's Lords and Skull Cannons, doing damage to them. You don't really need Fiery Convocation. Damage spells just tend to not be great against Khorne because of the spell resist. Fiery Convo is all AP damage, though, so you can get away with using it. You don't really need any of the spell options here. Kindle Flame isn't a bad choice, I guess. Because what you do is you use Net of Amantok, proc that, and then you breath attack whatever your opponent has with the Moondragons. And that's going to do a ton of damage, extra damage too because of the Kindle Flame. Since it imbues fire weakness, and these guys do have fire damage on the breath attacks, you can do some really nice work for you. Now, you bring Star Dragons because they have better stats, and also a little more HP and armor. But, you know, an extra 400 on double flying SCs You're already going to struggle with cap weight. I don't think you need to go that hard into it. You can probably even get away with a Sun Dragon. Just in my opinion, but, you know. Then you're starting to get into a little bit of risky territory, I guess. Just because Valkia is a really good duelist. She can fight Sun Dragons a little bit better than she can Moon Dragons. Moons are just like the sweet spot, in my opinion. In terms of units, you can bring a bunch of Lothern Seaguard. They're really not a bad option. They do a pretty good job of holding their ground against Fleshhounds, some of the other swarming elements of Khorne. They can't beat anything on their own, so you do have to support them. Just an opening like this really isn't bad. And like I said, Net of Amantok onto Valkia or Skull Cannons. Breath attacks just to devastate those units, and then you charge down, finish them off. And then you've got good terror options for breaking Marauder positions, getting after Chaos Warriors, and just rolling through the Khorne lines. You want to rely on these dragons for your DPS, really. War Lions in reserve, probably just 2. Don't want to go too hard on them. What else do you want? Storm Riders aren't a bad option. Pretty stalwart unit. And, I don't know. You can bring them. Maybe better off not. A couple Silverin Guard aren't a bad option. A couple of Rangers here. And a couple of War Lions ain't bad. You want to have as much mixed use infantry as possible available for yourself. Don't want to rely on any one thing. You can mix in a Lion Chariot. What else? Maybe Eagle Claw Bolt Thrower is an interesting option. Probably don't want to bring one. Maybe just bringing a couple of archers. Nah, it's a little too much. Silverhelm? Huh. This is where it gets a little tricky. You do need the Fireborn, I think. Fireborn are excellent against Khorne. Maybe you don't need this many Silverin Guard. Maybe you don't need any. Maybe you just bring more Lotherns. Some Illyrian Reavers. Something like this. You do need some mobility to be able to chase after Fleshhounds. Fireborn are really good into Khorne just because of the anti-large. Good stats overall. And are hard-hitting AP. So they can get through infantry. They can get through mobility. They get good heals from regrowth. So you can usually keep them online for a good long while. They can uptrade endlessly into Khorne. So that'd be a pretty good build against the Blood God. Kind of what you need to bring. How simply didn't know the matchup? Maybe. But if they didn't, this is a much better option for the matchup. The Lotherns put missile pressure on, and, you know, foot archers, if you can get enough of them out onto the field to fire at Khorne's lightly armored stuff, you can really put them in a position where they have to advance into you. That's where the Fireborn and the War Lions can really shine. War Lions come in and buffer up the Lotherns if they're fighting Chaos Warriors or Marauders or Bloodletters or anything like that. Rangers move up and fight Khorngors and stuff. Same with White Lions. White Lions are there to fight Khorngors. They try to avoid combat with pretty much anything else except maybe Marauders. Lyrian Reaver Archers poke down Horsemen, control some of the more aggressive mobility if they can. You can sack these guys if you really have to, but you want to try and use all their ammo first. Fireborn hit into the really expensive Khorne stuff. Minotaurs, if you have to. Better to go after Minotaurs with the Moon Dragons. And then hammer with, like, Silverhelms or something. You want to try and trade up into Minotaurs. You don't want to try and trade down into them with Fireborn. very risky proposition, but these guys do hit hard enough that they can do it in a pinch. They just don't want to take a Mino Charge head on. And yeah, that's kind of the game plan. Nets are really good. Khorne spell resist does not mitigate the length of time that that's active, and tends to be very frustrating from my own personal experience, not being able to move around the battlefield the way I want. Alright. I got a couple of replays here for us, and we'll start getting through these. A lot of Khorne players today, which is exciting to see. We'll see if Khorne is going to be running the table now that Slaanesh isn't here to terrorize them, because Barbs, McGill, and Adam TDM is also playing this tournament, and Adam's also a Khorne player, so we might have 3 reps here for the Blood God today. Chosen of Khorne, dual weapon sighting on the table here. They're honestly really good against Norska, actually. Norska can really struggle to handle those guys. Marauder Hunter Javelins can do some okay damage to them, but they really can't be engaged in melee combat by pretty much anything, if you really want my opinion. Marauder Champions lose to these guys. Any infantry are just going to get wrecked by the Chosen of Khorne. Skin Wolves will get wrecked by them. Frost Trolls get wrecked by them. Really, you can only shoot them with ranged stuff, or run them over with a Mammoth. Mammoths were pretty meta against Khorne. Pretty meta for Norska in general for a while, but against Khorne, they've kind of fallen off since Khorne got some of the new stuff. Khorngors just do a really good job of buffering out the mobility that gets after the throwing axes, and then they're also pretty hard to terror out because they've got, you know, the frenzy. Once they get below half, they've got the Fury of the Skull Throne, so they become unbreakable. And the mammoths can't just run as rampant as they once did.
Woeful tidings.
So, good value trading, though, from the Marauder Horse Masters in the opening here. Good damage on the Khorngors, just weakening those guys to any degree in the early game is always a good choice. Marauder Spearman moving up, and we do have Skulltaker out here. Skulltaker is on the Juggernaut here. So, a little bit of duelist action coming in from this guy. I prefer him on the Blood Shrine, personally. He just provides really good buffs, and very, very hard to kill with the Gore Feast that he has from the Shrine. But him on the Juggernaut is another really good option. It's very, very capable fighter. Blood Beasts and some Khorngors coming out here, going after the Norscan Warhounds. Beasts of Tashnar out here too. Beasts of Tashnar would be really good against the Blood Beasts, but definitely not going to be doing so hot when they're getting side-charged here. They're just going to get smacked down. It's going to be very brutal losses back here. For the Norskins, they really need those hounds to be able to chase after the horsemen here. You can see Throwing axes just kiting out the Skin Wolves and some of these Poison Hounds here. Horse Masters getting buffered out by Marauders now. They definitely need to be online to get as much value as possible. We've got really rough engagements in the front line here. Khorngor's wrecking these Marauder Spears. Where are the dual weapons? Dual weapons can probably just sit and buffer for the throwing axes right now. Doing a very good job back here. Beast of Tashnar routing, going to chase these guys off. Really good choice. Throwing axes, kiting out the Skin Wolves. Just going to be running them into the Ether. Good Fate of Buna, but Buna's not great against Khorne because of the innate spell resist on these guys. I think that metal casting is a little bit better of an option for the Norskins. And good micro here with these throwing axes. Just getting right up in the face of Wulfric while he's fighting the Marauders and getting some good damage on that guy. Marauders killing the Spearmen out here. More just good micro, man. Running in circles and keeping those horsemen alive as long as possible. Skin Wolves do get on the Blood Beasts out here, though. This is a really good trade for Norska. Blood Beasts get absolutely wrecked by Skin Wolves. I think just Minotaurs with great weapons are a little better. But honestly, Spawn of Khorne aren't bad in this matchup. Spawn, you know, they're okay in a lot of circumstances, but they've got flaming attacks, so they actually trade okay into Skin Wolves if they do get caught. As well as being unbreakable, they can just hang in there for quite a while. Wulfric gets caught by Skulltaker. Skulltaker putting an absolute beatdown on this guy. Good Sea Fang, but this is going to be a pretty short match, I think. Khorne is just all over the Norskins. Norskin infantry folded up. Chosen get into combat here against the Javelins, which is a situation you really don't ever want to have happen. Just absolutely obliterating all the infantry that come into contact with them. 118 kills already. A Sword of Khorne coming down just for good measure. Gonna ice both of these Marauders. Really good timing on that. Oh my god, dude. Disgusting, disgusting damage. Skulltaker has killed Wulfric, and it's just a complete collapse for the Norskins at this point. They've got some mobility online, but no infantry presence, and like I said, same thing applies in this matchup as in the High Elf matchup. You can be trading well in the mobility department, but if you have no infantry presence on the points, it's going to be a really short game, and Skin Wolves, look how much damage they're taking just from brief contact with the Chosen. Chosen are just going to destroy everything here. Spearmen trying to buffer for the Skin Wolves. It's not going to matter much. The Skin Wolves have low melee defense, and these guys have 48 melee attack, even when tired. Crazy weapon strength on them as well. Hitting against 15 armor, they're just going to chunk the Skin Wolves. Definitely going to be getting through those models pretty quickly. Going to mitigate a lot of the regen. You know, worth noting that regen is also being mitigated by the flaming attacks. Spirit Leech going down on the Flesh Hounds, doing a little extra damage. Beast of Tashnar handling these guys pretty capably. They're very good against Flesh Hounds as well. Second time they're out, though, and they're, you know, so they still haven't paid for themselves. Skulltaker hanging in, doing some good damage. We're just going to have a slow grind here through all of the remaining units that Norska's got out on the field. Javelins looking to try and get some damage. Wrathmongers coming out. Going to be wrecking whatever they get their hands on. Skin Wolves routing. Marauder Horsemen being pushed back. Going to be having a hard time value trading at this point. Throwing axes did really nicely. 800 value on that one over there. Not sure how the other ones have done. About 600, so paying for themselves across the board on a lot of the Khornate units, man. Blood God's strong, very strong faction. They are beatable, but I don't really think it was beatable with this build. Not a lot of AP available. And if you're honestly bringing Chaff against Khorne is usually a pretty bad idea. Your Chaff is going to get wrecked by theirs, and your Chaff is not going to uptrade into their elite stuff either, more often than not. Unless it's hard AP. Like, Marauder Great Weapons are probably the only Chaff that I would bring here. Even they're a little risky, but they're better than any of the other options. Skin Wolves are good. You do want to bring them. You just don't want to be in a position where you have to sack them into Khorne Gors, obviously. Warhounds, I'm not a big fan of. I've given my reasoning many times. They've just got bad leadership. They don't hold at all. They just rout immediately, and especially if your Lord is dead. I mean, 24 leadership. Pretty terrible. Norscan Icehounds are a good unit against Khorne. You know, anything to control speed and mobility and lock stuff down is really nice. Trying to think what else would be really good. Norscan Ice Trolls are very risky, but I do think with good buffering they can do some good damage. Marauder Champions with great weapons honestly probably aren't bad in this matchup. And I do think you need the Searing Dooms and Plague of Rust casting from the Metal Sorcerer to do really good work. And Wulfric's nice. You have to keep him alive, though, so he can get good value out of Seafang. Seafang is really good against Khorne Gors and Marauders and the like. It'd be very good to hammer down the Chosen. Look at the Chosen, man. Just obliterating waves and waves of infantry. They've got 1900 value. They're going to just continue to get even more. Fighting against the Icehorn Marauders here. Icehorns are a decent little ROR, but they're pretty expensive for a unit that's pretty reliant on getting good value out of Perfect Vigor. And I don't know. I mean, they've got good stats, but that's really about it. I think you're better off with something else instead. Fate of Buna going down on the Chosen. 305 kills and 2,050 value on those guys. We'll keep an eye on them. They should, even after this Buna, still be capable of taking another fight and killing an entire other infantry unit. They're just that good at killing chaff. I mean, all day with these guys. 320 kills. Skulltaker looking to get after the poor Shaman Sorcerer of Death. He's probably just going to die in like 2 shots here. Cloak of Skulls is active. Revel in Slaughter's active. And just chewing on this guy right now. He is running. We do have the Ice Wolves running for their lives as well. Huge lead for Khorne right now. And just Skulltaker ices the caster here. Really nice situation for Khorne. 1800 value on the Lord. Skull Crushers are out and about, looking to tangle somewhere. Wrathmongers just absolutely obliterated everything. Blood God looking pretty unmanageable right now. Very unfortunate situation for a lot of our players so far, who have been going up against the Blood God. Just getting absolutely flattened time and again. Horsemen and the Horsemasters did alright, but the Warhounds got routed really quick. Beasts of Tashnar got yellowed into the backlines as well. Spearmen, they held for a bit. They did what they could. Too much chaff. You don't want to bring this many Marauders. You don't need any more Javelins in the army. Hunters are a good option. I forgot about these guys. They've got Shieldbreaker, as well as really heavy AP missiles. They'd be a good option to bring out onto the field. You can force your opponent to dive these guys with mobility that you can then punish with some of your options. The Ice Wolves and Skin Wolves. Oh man, you know what else would be good? Fimir. Fimir would be really nice here in this matchup. I don't think people put enough respect on them. I'm not sure what's going on here. Very odd autosave going on there. Let's see. Let's pop out to the drawing board. I'll show you what I'm talking about with the Norscan options. You got Wulfric, you got Seafang. Hunter of Champions you can bring, but maybe better not bringing it. It's always on the table. Fimir casters I don't think are really necessary. I think you're better going as cheap as possible with just the Shaman Sorcerer. Cut Metal Shifting if you want. I mean, you can bring it since you're going to be spamming spells. Plague of Rust, just to lower armor on stuff, make it more vulnerable to your javelin shooting. Searing Doom is very devastating. It is one of the few DPS spells that actually does good work against Khorne. Marauder Spearman, decent option. You know, I like the Horse Masters. I like Hunters in the opening as well. What else do you bring? Beast of Tashnar, good option. 600 gold, maybe a Ice Hound. Or a Horseman with throwing axes. Up that at one time. Just give it the extra leadership. Fires a teeny bit faster as well. Here we go. Opening like this wouldn't be bad. And, you know what? Fimir Great Weapons or just regular Fimir Warriors? I think maybe just regular Fimir to help grind against infantry and provide the armor sundering would be a good option. Maybe the Mistwalkers would be okay. Frost Dragons aren't bad either. They can help Wulfric fighting any SCs. They've got magical attacks as well. Frost Breath is really good at killing infantry that are blobbed up. One Marauder Champion wouldn't be bad either. Something like this. I don't know if you need the Javelins, actually. I don't think they'd be very useful. Berserker's not a great option. It's just, it gets tricky for Norsca for sure. Just because a lot of your units are very vulnerable to Khorne. I think you just bring more of these guys, honestly. More Marauder Hunters with the throwing axes. Because they'll do well against just about everything. You really do need stuff that can chew on the scenery against Khorne, or you're going to have a really hard time doing anything into the late game. Probably just round it out with Great Weapon Infantry. Just something like this, actually. Marauder Champions are something you can keep in mind, but I think going extra wide with the heavy-hitting AP Infantry might not be bad. Maybe mix in one Hound. Something like this wouldn't be a bad army. And the Mistwalkers get in. They can fight some of the they can fight anything except for Khorngors, and they can fight Khorngors if they're fighting on top of infantry. If there's infantry around and these guys get on top to provide the armor sundering effect against Khorngors, they'll help a Marauder Great Weapon win that fight probably, which is a really favorable position for you to be in. So with Marauder Great Weapons also being able to trade favorably into the other Khorngors on the field, you might be pretty well off. Horsemen and Horse Masters and everything just value trade as long as possible, and you make as good of use of Plague of Rust in that equation as possible to get yourself into a winning position. All right. Back out of here, and we'll get our replays here. Demons versus Lizards is going to be a really fun matchup as well. We do have a Slaanesh sighting, so we'll go see if the Slaaneshi player is just wildly dominant. Or if Fabrosi is going to be able to defeat the vile heretics of Slaanesh here. Got Count Noctilus on foot here, always a pretty good option. Pretty capable fighter. I understand, Sam. It's rough. It's very hard to rely on White Lions against Khorne. They have to be fighting Khorngors, and that's pretty much it. They don't win against much else. But yeah, Abdul Razak and Fabrosi coming in here. You know, bomber mobs in the front line, pretty good option. Gunnery mobs to back up, a couple of handguns. We've got the Lamprey's Revenge, very fun unit. Very tanky unit. Should be able to do some pretty good work here. And Count Noctilus in the middle of it all. Just hanging out. Count Noctilus needs to be careful, though. Doesn't want to fight a cultist and Sigvald. Definitely going to take the worst of that fight if he ends up taking it at all. Paragon of Excess and the Auric Armor being the abilities for Sigvald here. Cultist has the Summon, nothing else. Very clean builds from our newer players today. And over here, Chaos Sorcerer of Slaanesh has Melkoths and Pit of Shades. Yeah, I guess that's decent options. I feel like the just popping the passives from Lore of Slaanesh would be a little better. Getting that map-wide, like, Wa type ability going for your units. But, you know, Shadow Magic is very consistent. Does really strong damage to a lot of different units. And the Melkoths will be really good against gun bats or bomber bats. Really good against scurvy dogs. Not sure how I don't think it'll do anything to the animated hulks or lampreys. Pit of Shades will be good against the depth guard or really blobbed up handguns. Devoted Marauders, some Seekers coming out. Surprise, surprise, seeing Seekers on the field, but Seekers really aren't nearly as good in the Vampire Coast matchup as they are in others. They just don't have a ton of stuff to uptrade into, but they should be able to beat down on any of the gunnery mob or animated hulks they get on top of, provided they get their devastating flanker off. Decent damage going down here on the Marauder Horsemen of Slaanesh. I'm not 100% sure what that was. What's doing all that damage? Do they get in range of the handguns and just get smacked up that bad? Or did we... Oh, we had a Melkoths from Count Noctilus here, man. Wow, 220 value. Took a huge chunk of their HP out. 19 models dead. So, pretty favorable opening for the Vampire Coast here. But Slaanesh doing a good job of just hanging on to their two objectives. Don't fight over this #1 objective. It's really not worth it. Keeping the infantry on to delay the cap as long as possible is pretty good, but just pull back. You don't need to take any damage on your skirmishers or anything. Your skirms are better off looping around and controlling the mobility that might be trying to push up onto the #3 or to flank up onto the #2. You don't have to engage this Vampire Coast force. They have to get up onto the objectives, and you can just sit and value trade against them. You got a huge ticket lead. It's very much on them to get in, and you can just pull the formation apart. But Abdul Razak taking fights right now, and bomber mobs are doing a lot of damage to the Marauder Infantry Corps right now. Furies do land on top of the bombers here, but the Lamprey's Revenge should be able to peel pretty effectively there. Wraithstorm going down on the Marauder Horsemen, doing big damage. Wraithstorm, very good ability. Black Spot and these deckhand mobs getting hit by a Pit of Shades, but it's, you know, it's going to do a good bit of damage, but I can't help but feel like it's still not the greatest position to be dropping that. It's just, you know, I don't know if it's going to be enough, man. You got to get through all these units and actually kill them, or they're just going to get healed up by the invos and whatnot. You know, Black Spot are a pretty good target for the healing. Lamprey's Revenge stopping Devoted Marauders of Slaanesh from getting in. And Night Terror is doing some good damage to the Slaanesh Sorcerer back here, who is a pretty good fighter otherwise. Furies getting chipped down. Man, Melkoth's has been huge for the Vampire Coast right now. Noctilus's value is pretty much all tied up in Melkoth's. Been running away from Sigvald, not giving any value to Sigvald's always a very good option. Seekers do get into the middle of the formation, and they are probably going to take these Gunnery Mob offline, but Handgun's back here, doing a pretty good job of targeting down the Devoted Marauders. Big damage going down. It's a pretty even fight right now. Frobosi does have a value lead, which is pretty scary for Slaanesh. Their horsemen are very low. Their infantry not looking too hot either. And then we've got Seekers looking to get dealt with. Nice Fascination, dude. Fascination, great army ability. Just did a ton of damage to the Bloody Reaver Deck Guard. So that's a good situation for Abdul, but a good invo. Probably just going to heal up the Bloody Reaver Deck Guard, but maybe this is the opportunity for Slaanesh to get back into this game. This Demonette summon needs to get in here, start chewing through a lot of these units. Definitely need to start summoning in some infantry to hang on to the objectives. This Pit of Shades is just nasty work from Slaanesh here. Evening up the value a little bit. Working down the animated Hulks here with the Cultist and Sigvald. The Demonette summon doing a little bit of damage, but, you know, gonna crumble out here in just a moment. Only 14 more seconds on these guys. Sorcerer, little idle, big infantry presence here, but it's gonna be a triple cap scenario for the Undead. They definitely need to start moving infantry up to start, you know, doing something about that. Good invo. Going down on the Bloody Reavers, it looks like. A little bit of passive healing, and the Hunger should keep them very healthy into the late game, potentially. Exalted Demonette's coming out, Forsaken coming out. I like the Exalted Demonettes. They should do okay here, but need to be careful not to get attacked by some Deckhand mobs and then collapsed on by the Night Terrors. Doing that would probably ruin these Exalted Demonettes. And Bomber mobs just waddling into the Demonettes is not great. Vampire Coast could have gotten a ton of value here throwing bombs onto the Demonettes. Not going to be happening now, though. And ticket situation is pretty dire. But Animated Hulks are securing the number 3. Number 2 is going to be secured by the Bloody Reavers with some Deckhand mobs and another Depth Guard unit. And, oh man, Animated Hulk's going down here, Handgunner's going down, Cultist doing some pretty good work. Getting okay value. Sigvald's chasing Noctilus. Noctilus is running into the safety of this Deckhand mob that he has summoned out. And Fury's getting killed here. Good, Melkoth's going down in the back. Man, oh man, these handguns are having a hard time staying safe here. And the Vampire Coast is getting maybe a little too big for their britches. Having a hard time getting the Bloody Reaver Deck Guard into combat. They've just gotten shot to pieces by these horsemen here, man. Oh my goodness. Great rally on these horsemen to get some value out of them. Maybe another Pit of Shades went down on them as well. 1,200 value on the Slaanesh Sorcerer really isn't too bad. Collapsing on the Animated Hulks and these Morghouls out here with Hellstriders and Furies. Really good charges here from Abdul Razik. And the favorable value trading has really flipped on its head now. And now I would have to say that it's definitely Slaanesh getting the better of the Undead here. Some Tattered Devoted Marauders and some Furies dealing with the Deckhand Polearms here. Night Terrors doing okay here. They've gotten some pretty good damage, but they'll probably lose this combat to the Exalted Demonettes, Sorcerer, and Sigvald here with a rear charge from these Tattered Furies that probably finish that combat in the favor of the Slaaneshi forces. Lamprey's Revenge doing really good work, but not going to be able to carry this game on their back. Forsaken getting beat down by Depth Guard, it looks like. Going to be running away here. Looking to maybe retake the number 1 objective. Tickets are in favor of Slaanesh. Animated Hulks losing combat out here. Morghouls have already died. Hellstriders with great value. Already paid for themselves. These Furies doing nicely. Horseman Corps getting a little bit of value, as I said. Despite getting beat up in the early game. Any amount of value that you can salvage out of those guys is going to be really nice into the later stages of this match. Summon getting beat up by Pit of Shades, and the Deckhand Mob Pole Arms also getting beat up. Slaanesh going to be able to weasel this objective away from the Undead here. Undead very strong position on the number 2 here. Not going to be able to hang on to it forever. Now another Fascination going down, man. That's another issue with Slaanesh, is just how powerful Fascination is as an army ability. I mean, it's chunking half the HP off of these Depth Guard every time it gets cast. Depth Guard are one of the few units that can actually value trade upwards in this matchup for the Vampire Coast. And them just taking so much punishment from army abilities that are getting charged pretty easily by Slaanesh here. Any wavering unit that's taking damage and losing models is feeding value on the army abilities to Slaanesh. That's just a little too brutal in my opinion, especially for Undead who have low leadership to begin with. I don't know what they needed to do to balance Slaanesh out, but they need to do something because they're ridiculous right now. Good Melkoths on the Seekers, but the Seekers are probably going to be able to help finish off the Lamprey's Revenge here. You can see how much damage they're doing to these guys, man. They got a good side charge, devastating flanker helping out tremendously. 1,500 value on these guys. Now, they did come in one time already, but, you know, considering all of that, they're just getting even more value. And they're just such a efficient unit, man. We'll see how they end up doing overall at the end of the day. Javelins, chewing on the Depth Guard here. Hellstriders, 800, almost 900 value. Rotting Promethean gunnery mobs, they do manage to fight off the enemies that were hounding them. Going to be getting up on the number 3. Depth Guard are never going to be able to catch these guys. You might as well just keep them here. Hang on to the number 3 as long as possible. The gunnery mobs actually shooting down some of the horsemen here. Very favorable for the Undead, but they're just so out of this game at this point. Noctilus has run out of room finally. And the Exalted Demonettes, 1,300 value on those guys. Sigvald beating the hell out of Noctilus now. 2,000 value on him. More Melkoths going down, this time on Mournghouls, with Hellstriders, with Hell Scourges all over these guys. They may not have the anti-large bonus, but they're still perfectly capable fighters, and will beat the hell out of the Mournghouls here. Good buffering with the very tattered, devoted Marauders here. Is this another Fascination going down? Yep. Another Fascination going down, this time on Animated Hulks. And yet again, doing disgusting amounts of damage. Gonna take these guys down to about 2/3 of their HP. Gonna contribute some more army ability value here by killing the Rotting Prometheans. They're crumbling. That's charging up those army abilities all this while, man. And that's going to be game. Brutal, brutal game for the Vampire Coast. Doing a very good job of holding their formation early, but Slaanesh just grinding through them, and army abilities and spellcasting just working down all of the high-value threats and good DPS units for the Vampire Coast. And then Zombie Chaff just getting ripped apart into the late game. Ouchies. 2,500, 1,900 here. Cultists didn't do a whole lot. Marauders didn't do a whole lot. Horsemen got a little bit of their value back. Hellstriders did pretty good. These Hellstriders did great. Exalted Demonettes, always a great unit. Forsaken struggled some. Fury struggled a little bit, but did pretty well overall. Soul Grinder, not sure why it's in this build. I've never really seen them trade efficiently. Seekers did awesome. That Seeker unit got summoned out twice and got his value back both times. Both times in fights where you would think they might be having a really bad time. Value trading down into Chaff, but somehow getting their value back. And then that second time around just ruining the Lamprey's Revenge, dude, who you would think could be able to stand and fight against those guys a little bit longer, but not sure what's going on there. Seekers are an insane unit. And that's going to be a Slaanesh win, man. We'll check in with the Demons of Chaos versus Lizardmen now. Just see how Lizards are looking against the Demons. It's been an okay matchup for the Lizards in the past. But, you know, Demons of Chaos have been a very strong faction for a long time. And they've definitely had some chops against the Lizards before. Triple Bomber Mob. You know, the Bombers, unfortunately, just got killed. And, you know, missed micro on those guys a couple of times where they could have gotten some good damage on the Exalted Demonettes and stuff. And yeah, Depth Guard getting wrecked was pretty much game, set, match for Vampire Coast. Blue Scribes flying overhead. No idea what spells they have, since it's all randomized. Herald on the throne here. Banner of Hellfire. I don't like Banner of Hellfire. Not a very good Mortis Engine effect, in my opinion. Tormentor's Sword is much better, but this guy is pretty good. Pretty tanky, pretty hard to kill. Very good against Chaff Infantry and Source alike. Gonna struggle with Kroxigors on the field. Mazdamundi is available on standby. Common Cassandora, Harmonic Convergence, Arcane Forging, and Apotheosis going to be the spell kit. Shield of the Old Ones available. Greater Arcane Conduit on the table with Sunburst Standard. Going to be buffing everything up with some melee defense and missile resist. Nurglings, hordes of them advancing. Hellforged Host, Exalted Bloodletters, Exalted Pinks, and Exalted Plaguebearers. Super elite army here for the demons, which is honestly not bad. Skink Cohort should be able to do some good damage to these units, though. Provided they get all their Javelin fire off, they'll definitely be able to chip down the Exalted Bloodletters pretty capably. Exalted Plaguebearers will also take some pretty nasty damage from them. Demons do take the number 1 and 3. Lizard's going to take the number 2. Nurglings do not want to take this fight against Saurus. Saurus are going to absolutely ruin these guys, and especially with some Kroxigors folding in behind them. Kroxigors very good at clearing out chaff, and, you know, Nurglings have terrible stats, so the Kroxigors' pretty poor stats are not going to matter nearly as much, and the bonus versus infantry going to help tremendously here. They're going to feast all day. A little bit of magic going down. Fate of Buna. Fate of Buna against Source Warriors. Very cost effective. Going to do some big damage there. Colossadon Hunters coming in. Should, I don't know, man. Maybe not the best option right off the bat here. Beast and Nurgle coming out. You know, they could come over here and probably take the Beast and Nurgle to town, actually. Wouldn't be a bad fight for them. You can get the Javelins over here just to help clear through the Nurglings. Nurglings just trading downwards, man. Like, I know they're a unit that you want for cap weight and stuff, but they're not good in circumstances like this. They're not going to get any value against Source whatsoever. And losing them like that is not great. You need them to buffer for higher value targets like Seekers or Fiends. Stuff like that, that's where Nurglings really shine. Rev Crystal coming out. A very nice unit. Heals 10% with each use. You get 7 uses. Excuse me. And it also resurrects dead models. So it's kind of like an Invo, honestly. And I think everybody knows how powerful Invo is as a spell. Having it available for the Lizards, really nice stuff. Rotting Promethean summon coming out. Going right into the Source Warriors. Not a bad idea, but summons are usually a little bit better for being dropped in the back line. And then, like, pushing off missile units and occupying attention and space rather than going in and trying to, like, do direct damage. Because they've only gotten 128 value here. really not that favorable of a circumstance for the demons. And demons need to be moving up. They're just letting the lizards just sit and trade value all game right now. Land this guy, please. You can land and get the Colossadon Hunters to maybe land also and just rip them apart, but good fire from the pink horrors here. I just don't understand the caution here. You can push up everything except the Plague Bearers here and do a pretty good job of wearing all this stuff down in the middle. You can sit the pink horrors like right here and just shoot at the Saurus. Saurus only have... these Saurus don't even have shields. So you can definitely wear those guys down with the pink horrors right now. This caution is costing the demons, in my opinion. Good rear charge here with the Seekers. Seekers are going to just feast here. Wrecking the Kroxigors, tearing apart the Saurus Warriors. This is where Nurglings actually can provide some value, because they are occupying the attention of a lot of the Saurus and the Kroxigors. Allowing the Seekers to just rip these guys apart, get their value back, and they still have, you know, 2/4 or 2/3 of their HP left. Beast of Nurgle trading okay here. Fighting Saurus isn't bad for it. The thing it would struggle against is spears, but it's not worrying about that. It's got regen. Pretty tanky combatant. Just, you know, debuffing those guys and providing some extra value against them. Really good. Need to pull through the Nurglings, loop around, and get a rear charge, and you'll wreck those Saurus spears in no time flat. Demons just continuing to trickle Nurglings up. I don't understand. This is not what you want to be doing right now. You need the elite infantry grinding down the Saurus warrior core. Because, here we go. Colossadon Hunters finally finding a good fight. Chewing up on the Beast of Nurgle here. Still not flipping the objectives. All this time you're losing on the points. And you need to just be putting pressure out. Demons and Chaos in general do much better into fights when they've got their opponent's focus split across the battlefield, where they're focusing on a whole bunch of different stuff. Allowing people to consolidate, usually not a very good situation for you. I don't really care what faction you are. Blue Scribe's getting some good value, but it's just a very, very odd KG play coming out from the Demons right now when it really doesn't need to be handled this way. And if your opponent is just keeping, like, their entire army back here, I mean, this is seriously, like, the entire starting army. If they've got this much over there, doing a very good job of just ignoring these guys, just send Lord Mazda Mundi over here, because maybe you can force your opponent forward a little bit. And then you can just, like, pull back and you can maybe loop around and take the objective from them. If your opponent's going to commit to playing cagily like this, definitely need to take advantage of that. Somehow flipping this objective. Spear Riders folding into combat here. Furies getting sandwiched is not a good situation with the Demons. Demon Furies feed tons of value when they crumble out. And Beast of Nurgle going down to the Temple Guard and the Kroxigors here. Colossadon Hunters flying overhead.
One of your units has been
Mazda
destroyed.
just chilling here, not doing a whole lot. Rev Crystal just chilling as well. Definitely could be using the Rev Crystal over here just to heal up some of these units, potentially. And Lizard swinging back to number 1 yet again. I really would love to see the Skirmishers come over here. Just to throw against the Nurglings and stuff and the Seekers that are coming out, but I guess keeping them here, waiting for any dive isn't a bad idea either. I don't have the patience for this kind of play style, but each of these guys is kind of in the fights that they want, I can only assume. The fact that they haven't really moved up much beyond this. Doing what they can. Seekers blundering into the Coldwind Spear Riders. Spear Riders gonna have a hard time, like, outright winning this fight, but they'll do some good damage to the Seekers regardless. But, just, I mean, the fact that the Seekers missed the charge and blundered into the Spear Riders and are still winning the fight, pretty brutal. for the Lizards, man. You really hate to see it. It's just hard to find cost-effective answers to these guys. More Spear Riders moving up, and we finally have movement onto the middle objective here. Oh, Arcane Unfortune going down on the Blue Scribes. Big damage on those guys. Mazda immediately jumping up in value. Mazda Monday needs to be rolling dirty through these elite units. He's got great collision attacks. He won't take a tremendous amount of damage from any of these targets either. Herald just rolling over the Saurus Warriors with the Exalted Bloodletters, and this is what I was expecting would happen here. The buffs to melee attack and leadership from the Herald, just keeping these Plague Bearers and Hellforged Host at like max damage, absolutely rolling over these elites. Kroxigors and Sauruses just getting taken to town, man. Absolutely brutalized. Comet of Cassandora goes down on the Exalted Pink Horrors, which I really don't agree with. You're better off saving that if you can blob up the Hellforged Host, or even better, the Exalted Plague Bearers, who would just get absolutely obliterated by a good Comet. Mazda fighting in here with the Skink Cohorts. Skink Cohorts did get some good value with the Javelins, but I don't know if they're going to be able to save their fellow combatants here. Saurus Warriors struggling really badly against the Hellforged Host here. Trying to push past them now and get onto the Exalted Pinks, I guess. We've got Feral Coldwinds back here doing their best to fight the Exalted Pinks. But the Pinks with the Furies should be able to win this combat. Exalted Pink Horrors have good stats, honestly. Pretty capable melee fighters. Hellforged Host chewing through everything over here. Lizards do have the number 1. The number 2 is flipped to the Demons, and the Demons doing alright. Definitely needs something to chew through Mazda right now. Could also kill this very isolated Bastiladon Rev Crystal. Having the Seekers over here would be a really good use of those guys just getting in here and getting on top of that Rev Crystal. Seekers kill Rev Crystals in literally like 5 or 6 seconds. It's pretty insane. Just because Bastiladons have pretty terrible melee stats, and they're very reliant on their armor for survival. Seekers having basically all AP on their attacks means that they just do nasty damage to it. Blue Scribes getting attacked by the Colossadon Hunters, but we do have some Furies here to save them, finally. The Colossadon Hunters were just allowed to get way too much value this game, but the Lizard Infantry is very low. I would just focus on killing everything except Mazda Mundi, and you'd probably win on tickets for the Demons. Hang on to the number 3, kind of flipping the number 1 over here, but the Nurglings will not beat the Temple Guard over here. It's been some very scattered fights. Demons could have made it a lot easier on themselves. Lizards definitely could have made it a lot easier on themselves at various points. But they're in here scrapping, nonetheless. Kroxigor's getting pushed off, Skink Cohort's getting pushed off, more Javelins coming out. Javelins should be able to help finish the Hellforged Toast here. Saurus Spears moving up to the middle point. And Mazda just trying to hang in here. Mazda cannot die or the Lizards are guaranteed a loss here. Rev Crystal hanging out. Using a lot of its heals. 3 uses of that left. Coldwind Spear Riders trying to trade into Furies. Not a great situation for them. Furies actually are pretty good against these Spear Riders. Especially when they've got all these buffs on them. 49 melee attack. Revelant Slaughter and Totem of Endless Bloodletting. Just great stacking buffs, man. Really helps your units, and it also gives tons of leadership as well. You can see here, they're getting an extra 12 leadership in addition to the Lord Nearby bonus. Total of 16 leadership on all of those demonic units. Mitigating any crumbling, which is crucial, so keeping the value nice and close. You can see the Demons finally getting their shooting free, are going to be able to start trading pretty nicely with these guys. They've got about 700 value each right now. Any damage on Mazda Mundi right now is going to put him in the danger zone. Barely hanging on with his leadership. Very healthy Khorne Herald also. How much value has the Herald gotten? 1,200 on that guy, dude. Love them to death, man. And I'm curious how much of that's come from the Banner of Hellfire. Don't think it's a lot, honestly. Mazda running. Fury's going to be chasing him down. Really nice micro there, and good priority targeting. Skink cohorts being taken apart at the joints by the Nurglings, and the Beast of Nurgle, which has come back out, looking to get some value. It could fight the Rev Crystal, probably beat that beastie down. The Blue Scribes need to be careful. They don't really want to be fighting Saurus Spears. You know, they've got pretty poor stats themselves. They're really lightly armored also. They are pretty nicely supported by Plague Bearers and the Herald, though, so they should be okay overall. Temple Guard only just now finishing their fight against the Hellforged Host and maybe some Furies, I guess. Taking a ton of damage, though, in the meantime. Feral Cold Ones still trying to lock down the Exalted Pinks. Source Warriors doing the same, trying to help one another and secure that fight. Temple Guard surrounded and just getting swamped in units right now. Seekers finally coming out with good buffering from the Nurglings, able to finish this fight, and this is going to be a complete rout for the Lizards at this point. Mazda only 1400 value. He could have been going and running over the Nurglings on the #1 objective earlier in the match, and just being more aggressive with his micro, moving them between points and running over you know, the Bloodletters and the Exalted Plague Bearers. He's very good against infantry. He's got great collision attacks, and if you keep him moving, it's going to be very hard to do any kind of damage to him. He's a very disruptive piece, and he was just used very statically on this middle objective. That would be the biggest thing that I would say the Lizardman player needed to keep in mind. Outside of that, though, playing that very patient game against the Demons was nice. The second the Demons ratcheted up the tension, they just completely overwhelmed the Lizardmen, and that was pretty much GG. You love to see elites doing well, and look at the value on all of them. Hellforged Host just barely paying for themselves, but the other Exalted Bloodletter with the support and buffs from the Herald, 2,000 value, dude. 1,000 value on one of the Exalted Pinks, paying for itself. The other on its way there, or did crumble out at the end, I guess. But 800, not bad. Nurglings didn't do a whole lot, mostly just dying. Seekers did nicely. Furies did really well as this Beast of Nurgle doing okay. And Lizards, just not a lot of value to speak of across the board. Kroxigors are very bad against demonic factions. They just don't hit hard enough. Demons have the Physres. You need Sacred Kroxigors instead. Colossadon Hunters, I think, are very inefficient. Coldwind Spear Riders, also inefficient against demons. I do like the Feral Cold Ones. And if you're going to bring Temple Guard, I think you're better bringing the Star Chamber Guardians, who do have magical attacks, and also get Unbreakable for their passive ability. I'll just show it off real quick. Because Temple Guard have a unique passive that gives them various effects when they're around Lords. Immune to Psychology, Cause Fear. Sacred Duty. Eternal Duty gives Unbreakable, which is amazing on the Star Chamber Guardians. So you can, like, get Mazda on a shrine. Or on Zlok, I should say. And you bring Apotheosis, which I really like. Net of Amontok is okay against the demons, because you can lock down Seekers and punish them with Missile Fire. But Comet of Cassandora is a really good option also, of course. Don't like Arcane Unforging, very expensive. Doesn't do that much damage, really. It's good for finishing a Lord off, but not good for damage over time like Spirit Leech is. You could probably bring this guy on a shrine and just sit him on top of the Star Chamber Guardians, and he'd be safe enough. You bring Banishment and Ruination, which I think are really good items, or bound abilities, I guess. You can get some crazy value out of Ruination and Banishment alike, And against demons, any extra damage that you can get out of your spell casting, really great. And 2-pound uses, you're definitely going to get 200 gold's worth out of 2 uses of both of those. You can get 1,000's worth even with Ruination of Cities if you get a good enough cast off. I do think paying the premium for the shields is a good idea. I like the Cohort Javelins, they're really nice. Rev Crystals in the back pocket's good. Sacred Kroxigors are awesome. Cohort of Waddle are amazing in this matchup. They do so much freaking damage. They've got Dazed also with good stats and Perfect Vigor. Very stalwart unit that you can, you know, put all your faith in, ultimately. You can just max out on the Cohort. I really like the Skink Cohorts. You can bring double Rev Crystal if you want. I don't think you really need it. Just one's usually enough. What else do you want against the demons here? You know, honestly, a Bastiladon Solar Engine might not be a bad idea. Instead of bringing the Cohort of Waddle in the opener, you can keep them in reserve and have these 2 units be some of your DPS against the Seekers and stuff. You can bring a couple of Feral Cold ones. It's not a bad idea. What else do you need here? Chameleon Stalkers might not be bad against demons with the Precursor missiles. If they actually land these shots, they can do some pretty devastating damage. But maybe Saurus Shields are the more consistent option here. They'll fight Seekers pretty decently. They'll hold for a while with their decent stats. Chew up on some infantry as well. What do you bring in the opener? You got 500 gold to work with. Maybe cut one of these guys. Another Saurus Warrior, maybe. Or maybe a Red-Crested Skink and a Skirmisher. Red-Crested Skinks have good combat stats. They can get in there, and they usually get their value back if they just rush into combat as quickly as possible. Start fighting stuff. Usually do okay. One Ripperdactyl isn't a bad idea, just because they can come in and do really nice work against Furies. If they get good rear charges, they'll absolutely own those fights in the air. Maybe just bring, maybe just round out with Skink Cohorts for capture weight. You rely on your position in the middle with Mazda and the Star Chamber Guardians to hold the points. Bastiladon Solar Engine puts pressure on your opponent's Lords or missile units or Seekers and stuff. It's got a decent amount of ammo. It does pretty good damage, and Blinded is always a really good contact effect. Sacred Kroxigors are there to bounce between objectives and help you hold. Ripperdactyl goes in and does the same with the Rev Crystal. Popping heals on these guys, with Mazda also providing some healing with Apotheosis. Skinks buffer for all these guys. Saurus Spears move up and hang on to objectives and try to maintain cap weight. Feral Cold Ones move up just to provide some additional buffering if needed. And mass. They've got pretty good mass. 700 on these guys, which is pretty crazy. Fleshhounds only have 450, and, you know, these guys function in a very similar role, and they've got an extra 250 on top of that. Very annoying unit to have to try and push through. Alright, here we go. More replays coming in here. Let me move them over real quick. And we'll jump right into them. Let me check bracket real quick first. We should be getting into the end of round 2, probably. Yeah, round 2 is nice and wrapped up here. Slaanesh still broken. Yeah, Slaanesh is kind of still broken. Honestly, I think what I'm noticing is that it's the fact that they've got the Seekers, and then Fascination, the army ability, is just disgusting. I mean, the amount of damage it does is ridiculous. I mean, taking units all the way down to like half HP is just unacceptable. They need to tone down the damage on it. Because having that in conjunction with Pavane, you're just constantly rampaging units. I don't know why I keep getting this replay. Very bizarre. Incomplete replay. All right. Let's see some Coast versus Khorne action. Khorne has a pretty good matchup against the Undead now. But a lot of the tools that make Khorne very good against the Undead aren't really here. But Chaos Warriors and Marauders and the dual weapons should do some pretty good work to this Vampire Coast army. Khorne's going to have to get a surround off. They can't grind through the front line against Undead like they can against some other factions. Valkia is a good option here. She's very hard to kill and snipe out for the Vampire Coast. She's pretty decent against Noctilus as well. Just because he's an anti-large duelist and she is also, but she has better melee attack. She tends to trade pretty favorably into Noctilus. You don't want to sit and grind against him though, because you know he obviously has heals, while Valkia doesn't. But she can get in once the battle's in the mid game. If you've broken down the front line enough, you can get like a cultist or something out there to start beating up on him, and then Valkia comes in to support and help finish him off. Khorne infantry moving up to take the number 1. Definitely want to be moving all of the Chaos Warriors and stuff up now, so they take ages to get into combat. Very slow units, only 28 movement speed. Or are they all even? Hiding in the woods, it looks like, yeah. 28 movement speed, but great stats, great armor. Silver shields, really nice against shooting factions. Hand cannons, bomber mobs, and some handgunners are going to be the missile pieces for the Vampire Coast here. Hand cannons just wreck Furies if you actually get the volleys off. Also very good against large SCs, and even decent getting flanking shots into like Marauders and Chaos Warriors if you get the opportunity. They're pretty hard to maneuver around though, so I'm probably not going to be seeing a whole lot of that there. Look at these guys, just waddling forward, drunkenly stumbling around. Very flavorful for a pirate faction. Very passive opening from Adam right now. Going for a build-up strategy is what it looks like. Bringing out some Khorngors is what it looks like in the early going here. Another Khorngor, all the Khorngors out onto the field. Which is a pretty good idea, because your opponent is going to be summoning out stuff like Rotting Promethean gunnery mobs, Mournghouls, Animated Hulks, all of which Khorngors are good against. Khorngors are especially good against the Rotting Prometheans, though. These are very heavily armored units, very reliant on their armor for, you know, sticking in fights. They've got good melee defense, but, Khorngors, when they've got Frenzy and Primal Fury up, already have 33 melee attack. With the extra 18 bonus versus large, 51 melee attack is more than enough to get through, do damage to the Rotting Prometheans, and they've got great AP. So they'll definitely chew these guys up if Khorngors stay in a prolonged engagement against them. More bomber mobs coming out. Khorne should be able to move up and start surrounding here. The thing that I would do is engage the frontline infantry with the Chaos Warriors, and the Marauders move around the flanks to push into the back line where they can actually trade against the missile units, as well as buffer any reinforcements. Khorngors also need to be doing that. Khorngors go after the big stuff or missile units, while the Marauders fold into this back half of the formation. Mournghouls moving up on the number 1. Still very passive play from Adam. Continuing to build up in the woods over here. Just a big wave of infantry. God, look how many there are. Corngors and Marauders and Chaos Warriors into the freaking sunset there. How many units do we have out on the field now? Can't actually see the total number of units, but thousands and thousands of brave souls willing to sacrifice their lives for the Blood God here today. More summons. Double Fury is a really good option. And Adam is going to be committing to a full build-up strategy here. Once you get all of your units out on the field for Khorne, you're going to be generally in a better position than the Undead are. Just because your individual units are stronger than theirs. They're more reliant on a combined arms approach than you are. You know, Unga Bunga is very good at one specific thing. And if you can shut down your opponent from being able to do what they're good at, you're generally going to win a prolonged grind. So Vampire Coast is going to have to get very creative here in winning these fights. I don't like this engagement from these missiles. They're a little exposed. You don't want to just lose a handgun and a gunnery mob for free in the opening here. Definitely need these bombers to move up. The bombers are definitely going to get some good value against the dual weapons here. One of these Marauders needs to keep pushing here, and another needs to loop around. Good collapse on the flanks here, though. Moving up in conjunction with the rest of the army, all going in all together, basically, is what I'm trying to say, is definitely the best way to get the dive started. Valkia taking a bunch of fire. Demon Shield mitigating a lot of that damage. Good Sleipnir does some pretty good work against this bomber mob. Valkia does need to land somewhere. She doesn't want to be in the air. Handguns, oh man, the hand cannons might just obliterate Valkia here with one good volley. Maybe she gets into the middle of this gunnery mob unit and saves herself, but it's going to be very risky here. Big volley going off. Valkia takes a little bit of work, but actually a little bit of friendly fire there. Rotting Promethean gunnery mob actually take the worst of it. Morghuls and Lampreys do push back the Marauder dual weapons here. These Marauders are on top of the handguns, doing some pretty good work. Fury's taking some big damage up in the sky. Hand cannons just absolutely owning these guys. And Adam making a big mistake, blobbing all of the Furies up like this. If you're going to be using your Furies to dive missiles, they each need to be choosing a unit, and you need to focus down the hand cannons first. As you can see, the hand cannons just obliterated the Furies on the charge. Handguns did some good work as well. The Black Spot and the Night Terrors finishing off these Furies, and that's 1,950 gold value that you're losing in the opening right there. And you don't have any of the magic to fall back on like Slaanesh does. So Khorne's looking pretty green around the guilds right now. Not doing a very good job of getting on top of the missiles. Struggling a lot right now, but a good sword does take out the hand cannons here. The dual weapons are doing a little bit of work here, but we got a lot of infantry blobbed up on one another here. They are overwhelming the number 3 objective. They should be able to get onto the missile line now, but I don't know if they're going to be able to win the game over a long grind, because there's a lot of very healthy monstrous infantry over here. Some scurvy dogs would be really nice to chase down all these routing Marauders. Morghuls and the Lamprey's Revenge and everything definitely need to move back to help the missile line. If you lose the missile line and Khorne is allowed to just consolidate more infantry out onto the field, they might be able to grind down all of the Morghuls and everything. In addition to there being cap weight problems. Fury's flying in, looking to get after the bomber mobs. This is a very clean engagement for them. They should be able to finish one of these units off before they get dealt with. Fleshhounds coming out, doing some good work. The Hounds of the Bloodhunt, oh man, they did die. They went in against the Black Spot. Just got absolutely wrecked, man. Black Spot, very good unit. They did do a lot of damage to the Black Spot, though. So maybe not the worst situation ever. Wraithstorm, not going to do a lot. You know, big spell resist, mitigating most of the damage. And then, you know, the range damage not very applicable to those very heavily armored warriors, since it's only 50% AP. Bomber mobs and the handguns shut down now, and yeah, these monsters' infantry don't have a lot of buffering available for them. If I were Fabrosi, you've got a decent ticket lead, just save all of these monsters' infantry, pull them back to the number 2 objective, bring up a wave of deckhand mobs, and then make a push for one of the objectives, and just make sure that you've got all your monsters' infantry stacked on top of the deckhand mobs. You should be able to grind favorably in that situation. Bloody Reaver Death Guard, fighting literally the entire world here. Probably not going to be winning this combat here. I'm not sure how many Melkoths have been going off, but Noctilus does not have a ton of value right now. Hopefully just using Invocation of Nehek here. That's definitely your best option. Night Terrors, in a mediocre combat at best, they'll do good damage to the Chaos Warriors, but you know, no buffering for them, really, outside of a handful of the deckhand mobs who are crumbling out now. These Chaos Warriors should be able to grind into this fight for quite a while longer here. As long as Valkia isn't dead, Khorne's not going to be suffering too many terrible leadership effects. Furies flying in to get on top of the Night Terrors. Going to do some really good work here. Furies are very high DPS units, obviously. Night Terrors equally statted, but with the support of the Warriors, they should be able to flip this fight in the favor of the Blood God. Unfortunate breaks here, man. Leadership is not holding up for the Khornate forces. Frightened, losing currently. You can see the problems that they have once the Frenzy goes offline. And I think the Vampire Coast actually has this game on lockdown now. No Minotaurs or anything to help the warrior hordes is pretty painful. I do really like the Chaos Warriors in this matchup. You can see that they've done really well for themselves. I don't think Khorngors are a great unit, though. They're very vulnerable to shooting and ranged in general. And there's just a little too much here for them to deal with. They're best against Lamprey's Revenge and the Promethean mobs, obviously. But I think that you're better off just bringing tons of Fleshhounds and stuff. Bloodwake Berserkers do come out. You can see them just putting a beat down on these Mournguls. I would have liked to see them come in earlier. They're such a difficult unit to deal with. You can't fight them in melee, basically. They'd have done a very good job of fighting in the front line, grinding through into the secondary lines. And then if your opponent tries to fight them with Mournguls and stuff, these guys are just going to put a beatdown on them anyways. You can see how quickly they've gotten about 400 value. They'll probably be able to do really nicely here, fighting against all these animated Hulks and Night Terrors. Lamprey's Revenge as well, they'll beat up on. Khorngor's coming out, but it's just too little too late for Khorne. Lost too much momentum, couldn't get onto the missiles efficiently, and ultimately just ended up value trading a little too inefficiently to be able to win in the late game. Good try, Adam. It was a very valiant effort, but grinding through all of those infantry and just having so much tied up in melee in the front line for so long, just let the handguns and hand cannons and stuff value trade a little bit too long. Good value on all of the Mournguls and the Promethean mobs. Noctilus did okay as well. Valkia got hammered hard, man. She just got shot up pretty early in the game and wasn't able to do any support. Couldn't fly in and fight any of the Mournguls or Promethean gunnery mobs in the late game when it really counts. So that's very unfortunate. Bloody Reaver Death Guard did pretty well also. Very fun to see Elite Vampire Coast do well for itself. Alright. I'm going to dip out for a sec, guys. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. Alright, I return. Let's get back into this. Oh, what do you do against Chaos Dwarf trains? I'll show you. Khorne versus Chaos Dowie is actually pretty even. Chaos Dwarves are pretty good against demon factions in general, and yeah, the trains are excellent against your infantry, and, you know, giving Hellbound to them also is very nice. They can be a little tricky for Khorne to deal with, but you've got Horsemen can do good damage, but really and truly, Horsemen can struggle because they get buffered by Chaos Dowie missiles. Skull Cannons are excellent at shooting down trains. Trains are pretty big targets, and Skull Cannons, you know, these guys actually do good damage to SEs. It's a very underrated tool for shooting at big stuff, but if your opponent has trains on the field, as well as, say, like a Dreadquake Mortar or something, Skull Cannons just roll up, they fire their ammo, they do tons of damage to those SEs, and then Skull Cannons can go in and actually do really good damage in melee combat against the trains. So that's usually what I end up doing. Because, you know, they've got pretty equivalent melee attack and melee defense, but Skull Cannons do heal in combat, so you can generally win that trade over the course of a long, like, grind. They've got good mass. You just want to use the Skull Cannons to try and stop the Chaos Dowie from having their way with your front line. Because your infantry are going to beat the absolute stuffing out of what infantry they're bringing out. You know, you've got, like, Bloodwake Berserkers if you want to use those guys, or just regular Wrathmongers, even. Exalted Bloodletters can do some pretty good work. Chosen dual weapons are okay in that matchup. They need to be careful of Fireglaves and Deathshrieker rockets and stuff like that. Kadai Fireborn can do some pretty good work against these guys, too. But mostly just basic Marauders with some Chaos Warriors of Khorne and, like, a couple Bloodletters. Usually all you need for the infantry fight. You can also use Blood Beasts to beat down trains. Minotaurs are good answer to trains. As long as you're stopping the trains with mass, you should be okay. And Fleshhounds have decent enough mass that they usually can stop the Iron Demons as well, if you really need them to. Not the best situation, because Fleshhounds really want to be going after the Wolf Raiders that are coming in for the Chaos Dowie. But that's just kind of the permutations. Like, Skull Cannons, best answer that doesn't have to worry about getting wrecked by missiles on the way in to fight the trains. You know, you just shoot them at long range. Followed by Minotaurs, who can actually kill the trains incredibly fast. Marauder Horsemen after that as an answer, probably the next best unit. Then you've got Blood Beasts, who are pretty good after that. Fleshhounds, good catch tool. Wrathmongers can do okay at fighting trains, but trains are pretty expressly built to kill units like this. The collision attacks ruin Wrathmongers pretty badly. You don't want to be fighting with them. Skull Crushers are okay against trains. They're pretty expensive in that matchup, though. Usually not the best option. Heralds of Khorne's Fury can also do good. But stuff along those lines. I hope I answered that question as thoroughly as possible. Oh, whoops. I don't know where I'm going. Going to replays. Demons of Chaos versus Empire here, and we have an Elspeth sighting. Elspeth on the dragon, too, it looks like. Hell yeah. Let's jump in here and see how this game goes. Very similar opening build from Dragon as against the Lizards, but instead of an Exalted Plaguebearer, Nurgling, and a couple of Blue Horrors, which is a pretty good option. Blue Horrors can do some pretty good damage to State Troopers, and Free Company Militia especially don't like Blue Horrors shooting at them. No Free Company, State Troopers with Elspeth, Herge Jaeger Corps, and the War Wagon ROR. What are they? God, I can't remember the name of these guys. It's been so long since I've seen someone bring them in game. The Black Lions, War Wagons with the Hellblaster volley guns on them. Should be able to do some pretty tremendous damage to the Herald of Khorne. Herald of Khorne might be in danger here. Elspeth with Coruscating Blast is still pretty good at sniping stuff. Spirit Leech is on the table. I don't know. Dark Walker. I don't know why Dark Walker is on Elspeth here. There's magic damage on all of the demon units, so it's not going to help her survivability. I mean, Living Darkness is a good ability here. And what's the Black Scythe going to be here for? Just doing a little bit of damage. A little bit of spellcasting coming down from the Blue Scribes. They overcast and do a little damage to themselves, but they take 500 HP off of Elspeth there, which is pretty nice. God, this is going to be brutal, potentially, for the demons. Their missile units are going to get shot to pieces before they even get close here. Herge Jaeger Corps getting in range now. Definitely want to open up on the Exalted Bloodletters, I think, first. Just to chew on the really heavy metal front line. Or shoot at the Herald if your opponent is going to be foolish enough to let that happen. Dragon is maneuvering the Herald around a little bit, but look at the punishing... Oh my god, the firepower is disgusting. It's just getting destroyed right now. Down to less than half HP. Spirit Leech going down on him as well. And I don't think this guy is very long for this world. We've got a Hellhammer going down, but miscast. Not on top of the Herge Jaeger Corps like it could have been. That could have potentially one-shot that unit, but missing with that and letting the Herald get shot up here. Devastating right now. The Light Wizard as well. Really beautiful choices here for the magic and Lord options, and down goes the Lord right off the bat for the demons, and this might be a really short match here, man. Big leadership penalties coming down on all these units. Blue Scribes getting hit by a Spirit Leech now. Their shield's going to get popped, and if they get hit by the Herge Jaeger Corps and the Black Lions, even a couple times, these guys have next to no HP. They'll just die right off the bat. Fury's being sacrificed to fight Elspeth, not a very good choice. They're not going to do a lot of damage to her, and they're just going to die. That's going to feed a lot of value to the Empire, who have 2,000 gold advantage right off the bat already. State Troopers fighting Nurglings, not a bad fight for the State Troopers. Pretty even. Seekers wrecking the Empire Knights back here. A little unfortunate. Handgunners do come out. The Seeker is going to get right on top of the handguns. Just... wow. Wowie. Youch. Yeah, they're in a 2v1, and they're still going to probably get their value back there. But that will be a win for the Empire at the end of the day. If you can force Seekers to trade evenly, and just, you know, wear out your demonic foe, not going to be too bad. Herge Jaeger Corps still getting good fire on the Blue Scribes, who are trying to hide in the back here, but get hammered by the Hellblaster volley gun, and I think they're going to crumble out here too. Ouch. No magic for the demons either. This is just too... it's just too little too late. Too late to be pushing up now. We'll see if the demons are able to get anything done. Really good net back here. Beautiful, beautiful magic casts from Dancing so far. Dancing with Demons, ironically enough, no less. Greatsword's going to be moving up. I don't love Greatswords in this matchup. I think you're better off with Flagellants. Greatswords just lose to everything here. The only thing they're going to beat is like a Plague Bearer or like a blue or pink horror they get in combat with, but I wouldn't really count on that. Flagellants are unbreakable, and they can just run in and just get on top of stuff and do damage, and they won't downtrade it into Exalted Bloodletters like Greatswords will. Elspeth getting shot up right now by Blue Horrors and the Exalted Pinks, but shutting down one of the Exalted Pink Horrors. She does have heals on the table with Death's Timekeeper. So she'll get 10% of her HP back. She will be pretty decent for her. She's just helping out the Empire frontline as much as possible. Definitely need to do something about... Look at these friggin' Seekers, dude! Wow, they actually got on top of the Lions here. Almost finished them off. It's just so crazy, man. These freaking guys. Crazy how strong they are. Hergig Jaeger Corps still alive. Still safe for the most part, but definitely need to kill the Exalted Bloodletters. I think just a big Unga Bunga from the demons when their lord was still alive probably would have locked up the game for them. They would have just wrecked the infantry like they are right now. Then they would have had a little bit more momentum to get back here and threaten the Hergig Jaeger Corps and everything. And the Seekers would have had some more support. Noxbringer coming out. Noxbringer would have been a better summon earlier, I think. A little late and a little long in the tooth in this match of bringing these guys in to destroy ammo. And shooting at great swords, not a very good targeting option in my opinion. I would say use the Noxbringer to destroy the remaining ammo on the Hergig Jaeger Corps and the Black Lions here, who are just hammering your forces right now. Still obliterating all of your missile units back here are in danger. Empire Knights shutting down one of the Exalted Pinks here. Should be able to finish them off. Black Lions need to focus down the other Exalted Pink Horror, I think. And yeah, you can see the Great Swords just get folded up by Exalted Bloodletters, which is exactly why I don't like them in this matchup. Just not able to get much of anything done. Handgunners doing okay. Hergig Jaeger Corps pounding away at the Exalted Pinks back here. Tons of Furies coming in. Definitely need something to kill these Furies. We got a good net of Ammontok here. Handguns should be able to punish those guys a little bit. The other Exalted Bloodletter being dealt with back here. And Demons of Chaos hanging on to the number 3 objective back here. It's honestly a little tricky. I do think the Empire will win, but you can see how well Demons are trading into the front line here, and they're making it very difficult for the Empire to lock this game out. Despite the huge advantage that they had earlier, it's actually narrowed a fair bit. And Furies actually find their way onto the Hergig Jaeger Corps, and these guys are going to die really quickly here. No Empire Knights or anything to peel for them is pretty unfortunate. We do have Outrider grenade launchers finally making their way out onto the field. Empire Knights getting some good cycle charging, flattening these very elite shooting units back here. Exalted Pink Horrors, man, I'm very impressed with the value they're providing. Really great unit, honestly. Handgunners do finish the Exalted Bloodletters. Look at these Exalted Bloodletters, dude. Even with the Lord being dead, hanging in here with 4 models, basically on death's bed. Do lose the Hergig Jaeger Corps. They have paid for themselves, I believe. The Black Lions, I should say. 3,500 value on this unit. State Troopers finally folding up to the Nurgling pressure here. Grenade launchers probably could go back here to help finish off the Exalted Pinks. You can just pull out the Empire Knights and just get like 1 or 2 good volleys off of the Outriders, and that would probably finish those guys. Save you a little bit of HP on these Knights. Beast and Nurgle coming out. Noxbringer hasn't gotten a lot of value. Will be a little annoying to deal with. Elspeth landing on the ground. Gets some good damage on the Nurglings. Going to help start the crumbling on these guys with a good rear charge and lowering their leadership with the attacked and flank Malice. Great Swords standing in here with their Lord hanging out overhead, doing some pretty good work themselves. Up to about 9 kills, actually, so maybe not doing nearly as much as they really should be. I just have never been impressed by Great Swords. They always seem to not be doing as much damage as you would hope. Good punishing fire on the Beast of Nurgle, which does get locked down by a net of Ammontok and pounded with the last volley from the Black Lions, who have 3,600 value. Beautiful micro on those guys. Handguns getting some good shots down also on the Beast of Nurgle. And this big old beastie is going to be crumbling out immediately, just getting shot point blank by the other handgun unit. Very good micro on this tattered handgun, who has gotten a 500 value, which is pretty awesome, honestly. Elspeth getting attacked by Furies, luring them down to their death here, landing and getting absolutely hammered by Demogryphs and the Empire Knights. Pretty brutal stuff. Demons definitely on the back foot. They're going to get triple capped here too. And Exalted Plague Bearers aren't going to be enough. We've got the Exalted Pinks back here, somehow still alive. I guess the Empire Knights, you know, had to pull out and respond to the Fury pressure that was going after Elspeth. Weren't able to finish these guys off. Rallying Greatsword's going to be trying to make it happen here. We'll fast forward through the end of this game. Empire consolidating on the number 3. Going to be able to kill these Nurglings easily enough, I imagine. Outrider Grenade Launchers should come shoot at the Exalted Plague Bearers. Doing some good damage. Don't want to take the Holy Hand Grenade fire, but if they take a little bit of poke, it's not the end of the world. They do get back. Re-engage. Look how much ammo, or look how much damage they do for how little ammo they're using up. Really good value on them. Demogryphs engage the Exalted Plague Bearers here. Just slowly working these guys down. Empire doing a really good job of hammering all these units. Good focus fire on the remaining Furies. Handguns with 1100 value. Beautiful stuff. And just more greatswords coming out. I still think Flatulence would be better, but you know, the greatswords will do well at getting through the Nurglings, at least. Seekers coming back out. And, you know, 1700 the first time around. Maybe a few more Furies would have been really nice for the demons to have on the field. They do get hammered by the Herky Jaeger Corps. Take a charge against the Demogryph Knight Halberds. And the Demogryph Knight Halberds aren't doing too hot in this fight. Taking a lot of damage, dude. Oh my goodness. It's just, the issue is that you can't value trade against Seekers hardly. You have to kill them with ranged. They're so fast. The second they get into combat, they're just going to beat whatever they're in against. Crazy stuff, man. But doing a good job of killing that Seeker there. And killing the remaining infantry on the field. Noxbringer is gone as well. Demons winding it out. You know, I think they just needed to be a little more aggressive in the opening. Needed to keep the Herald back as long as possible while the infantry pushed up and engaged. Once the demons actually engaged in the mid-game, they were doing alright. But they were really suffering from not having the Lord available on the field. They didn't quite have enough mobility to shut down the shooting either. Would have been really nice to see a little bit more of that as well. But well played regardless. Losing the Blue Scribes and the Herald is just too much to come back from. It's a pretty good army, honestly. I don't think you need the Noxbringer necessarily. It's a pretty good unit, but it's got to be decently close in to actually hit its shots accurately. Otherwise, it's just really inefficient like it kind of was there. Alright. One more undead showdown here between Khorne and Counts. We've got some Wrathmongers. We've got the Slaughter Guard on the table. Skulltaker is on the throne, which is a really nice choice. And ERWD coming in on the Vampires. We got one Unholy Lodestone Corpse card, probably summoning the other out right off the bat. Tons of zombies, skeleton spears, Graveguard and Graveguard Halberd mixed in here. Manfred is on the Dragon. Hell yeah. Pretty good choice. It has the Spirit Leech, Gaze into Gash, Raise Dead, and Invo. All very good options. Sword of Unholy Power going to help with recharge rate as well as reserves per second. Does also have Arcane Conduit. I wish Mannfred had greater Arcane Conduit. Just to vent for a minute. I mean, he's supposed to be like the... maybe, I guess in his own mind, he's the second greatest Necromancer after Nagash. I don't know if that's really borne out by the lore or anything, but... you know, theoretically he is, so greater Arcane Conduit I think would make a little more sense for him for the spell mastery, but whatever. Balancing purposes, I guess. He's going to be avoiding some Throwing Axe Fire, really nice moves. Twirling about like the Ponzi fellow he is, and avoiding the worst of that. Throwing Axes are excellent against Corpse Cards, they're good against the Cryptors and the like. Also really good against Mortis Engines, and definitely need to save ammo for Mortis Engines. I don't like throwing against a zombie summon. It's a very poor use of your ammo there. Skull Cannon maneuvering around, took a little bit of damage, maybe from a Gaze and a Gash, it looks like. You know, it's a very powerful spell, it does a ton of work against targets like this, so you can understand if ERWD is using it there. Wrathmongers and the Slaughter Guard hiding in the trees with Skull Taker, who are presumably going to be moving up here shortly. They don't want to hide in the woods for too long. You don't want to let the undead consolidate their forces on objectives, because it can be a lot harder to push them off than it is to hold against them. Black Knights hiding in the woods here, lances and barding. Pretty good unit. They're not that great against Khorne, though, in my experience. They're good against Fleshhounds and Furies, and that's about it. They struggle against Horsemen. They're not good against Wrathmongers, obviously. They can't fight the Slaughter Guard. They're bad against Blood Beasts and Minotaurs, so... not 100% sold on these guys being around. Especially not for an early summon. I think a Vargeist would be a better option here. Wrathmonger's just going to get right into combat, not wasting any time, and these guys are just so dangerous. They're great against infantry, great against large targets. Slaughter Guard getting into combat as well now. Somehow have 12 kills. I guess just killing these zombies that are trying to push past them. Skull Cannon firing into some more zombies. Might as well just save the ammo there. Shoot the Graveguard Halberds as much as possible, and then the zombies are there to just recharge your ammo with the Skull Cannon. You just run in there when you need to, replenish it up, get into a really nice position there. Throwing Axe is still wasting ammo on zombies, which I don't love. Bloodletters stopping up some zombie momentum over here. Marauder's taking a bunch of damage. I'm not sure from what exactly, but maybe from Mannfred, it looks like. And, man, they're going to get hammered by the Black Knights there. Here comes the Mortis Engine. I mean, if you have any volleys left on the throwing axes, you need to be saving them now, because the last thing you want is this Mortis Engine to just get in on your Wrathmongers and Slaughter Guard and suck the life out of them. And you really need those axes to be able to push that thing away. Skull Taker is back here. Skull Taker is just wrecking this Corpse Cart. Very good use of him. He's excellent against those things. Slaughter Guard moving into combat now. I'm very worried for their health and safety, man. You know, this is like getting edemacarcinoma from smoking your entire life, engaging a Mortis Engine in melee. I don't know what you're expecting except for bad things to happen to you if you're going to do that. Oh, man, no ammo on the throwing axes, and I mean, they've got, like, no value either. It's just, it's not worth it. Like, this is an intervention. Stop using your ammo on zombies. It is a terrible use of your time. Bloodletters are getting swamped in threats right now. Still getting a little bit of value back, though. Even though they're in some pretty bad fights. Khorngors are trying to hold the back point, but not able to. And this is what happens, man. You let vampires just get up on objectives, and you're never going to get them off now. Either that, or it's going to take an extraordinary amount of effort. And Furies are actually probably making the fight against the Mortis Engine harder, because they're all blobbed up here on top of it, and the Slaughter Guard can't get into the Mortis Engine. And the Mortis Engine is fighting the Furies. It's leeching the life on all of the units in this pocket, not just what it's directly in combat against. But the buffering is going down. The Mortis Engine probably does need to start thinking about getting out of here, but it's gotten 1,400 value already. Just doing tremendous amounts of work here in this pocket against some very elite units. But Skulltaker is on top of this thing, and if there's one Chariot unit that can fight in melee combat, it is the big boy here. Skulltaker with 1,000 value is just absolutely brutalizing this poor Mortis Engine here. Very sad for the Vampire Coast. Wrathmongers chasing after the Black Knights here. Khorne is securing the number 2 objective again, just swarming with Khorngors. Pretty good option. Skull Cannon very close to crumbling here. Definitely needs to stay close to Skulltaker so it doesn't. It can get some pretty good healing off still. And if it stays near the Slaughter Guard, then the Devils of Schwarzhofen here are going to have a really hard time getting any value. They really don't want to be fighting the Slaughter Guard in melee combat. Grave Guard, Halberds are dead, Skeleton Spears are all dead, Zombies are dead, and Khorne has pulled a value lead now and is probably going to be able to start closing this game out. It was looking a little rough for them at one point, but it looks like they've kind of regathered themselves and are doing a very good job of like consolidating on the objectives and clearing out the chaff. There's just not enough it's not enough DPS coming out from the undead here. Like I said, the Black Knights are having a really hard time finding good fights. The Vargeis, you know, they're also struggling to find good fights, but they at least are flying units. They can fly in, do a little bit of damage, and then pull out. Taking a ruinous amount of work from these Fleshhounds and Khorngors right now. Oh my god. Owie. Down to about half health on those guys. I think this matchup really has swung on its head since the Khorngors, Wrathmongers, and Slaughter Guard are on the table for Khorne now. Previously, I think Vampire Counts, a good Vampire Counts player, had a pretty favorable matchup here, but very much not so anymore. I think it's pretty heavily Khorne favored, in fact. Mannfred, not really getting a lot of value, struggling as the rest of the army is to find good trades. And we finally have Khorngors pushing up onto the number 1 objective, and I think this is the death knell for the Vampire Counts. Mannfred trying to beat up on Skulltaker. Skulltaker doesn't even care and is just taking the fight anyway. Slaughter Guard standing underfoot. They've got about half their HP left. 400 kills on these guys, just about 1,500 value. Kind of funny that you can kill that much and be barely paying for yourself. These guys are 1,800 gold, so kind of crazy. Skull Crusher's coming in. Pretty good option. I think that regular old Minotaur is more than enough, though, to handle combat against any of the big scaries. Sword of Khorne coming down, brutalizing the spears in that pocket there. Slaughter Guard continuing to do good damage. Another Mortis Engine comes out. Does get locked in combat versus the Skull Crushers and against Skulltaker here. And Skulltaker is buffing all of the units up here with Revel and Slaughter and Totem of Endless Bloodletting. Leadership and melee attack alike. Look at them just grind. They're out-grinding the undead here, which is not something that you can say happens very often. Mortis Engine doing some pretty good damage here, though. Definitely need to finish this Mortis Engine off sooner rather than later. You can see it's equalized the value a fair amount here. Khorngors dying, Skull Crushers on their way out, and you can see they've gotten 1,300 value. Just think Minotaurs would have been a little bit better option. Wrathmongers doing okay. Bloodletter's coming in, doing alright, but Mortis Engine, dude, sucking the life out of everything. 3,300 value on it. hanging out with Manfred. Skulltaker not hitting it very accurately right now. Are the vampire counts going to get back in this game somehow? They are pushing the number 2, but their cap weight's too poor to actually make this flip happen in time, I think. Devils of Schwarzhofen got their value back, did pretty good. Black Knights have been doing great work. Eating my words a little bit. I'm actually really enjoying the performance of them. Cryptors coming out, they're pretty vulnerable, but the worst of the danger to them is off the field for the most part. Slaughterguard are dead, Skull Crushers are dead, no throwing axes to speak of, just one unit of them, and they're way over here trying to assist on the number 2 right now. Skulltaker almost healing capped, gets hit by a Gaze and a Gash, 2,800 value on Skulltaker, man. Manfred with 2,700 just about, and the Mortis Engine might be able to clean up this objective. Are the Vampires going to be able to take this game? This would be a big, big comeback, in my opinion. Skulltaker with 900 HP definitely needs to stay away from Manfred. Korngor's going to be able to kill the Black Knights here. Direwolves don't have a great fight here. Fleshhounds should move up and just buffer these Skeleton Warriors off if they get a chance. Throwing Axe is doing some good damage here. God, this game is so close now, all of a sudden. Vampires have to flip this objective. I just don't think that they flip the number 2 in time. I don't think they have enough cap weight here, which is just brutal, man. They were able to trade back against the Khornate forces here. Another sort of Khorne coming down. Gonna do a bunch of damage if it had actually landed, but not able to flip the objectives in time. Really well played by Khorne, and pretty good comeback there at the end from the vampire counts. 622 kills on the Slaughter Guard and 569 on the Wrathmongers. Okay. Wow. Those units are pretty good, huh? Korngors did alright. They didn't do nearly as hot, but Bloodletters did okay. Skull Crushers, you know, they were alright. I just think Minotaurs are better in this matchup. Skull Crushers are good against some factions. I just don't think this is one matchup where they do the best work they can. Schwarzhofen did good. Mortis Engine was the big MVP. I mean, 4,200 value. Did have to come in twice to get that, but despite 2 summons, more than getting its value. Manfred did well. Losing the Corpse Cart was an underrated moment. That's a lot of passive healing that the Vampire counts lost. So, very good job chipping that down from the Khorne player. And just hanging in there until the trades were just too unfavorable for the counts to get back into the game before the tickets overwhelmed them. Give me one moment, guys. And we got a Corn mirror match. That's going to be fun. I have returned. Just had to go hand something off to my my partner. All right, we got 8 more replays to go through here. They're in the 4th round. We can probably do 2 more replays, and then I'll live cast semis and everything. This is what the current situation is looking like for the points. We do have an undefeated Slaanesh player. Not super surprising. We've got 2 undefeated Khorne players. Also not super surprising, I guess. If you know what you're doing with Khorne, they're one of the best factions in the game. They can be a little tricky, though. Khorne is definitely at a bit of a disadvantage at all times, not having magic. But they are very strong now. Definitely like the upper echelon of like A-tier factions. Only had a 52% win rate. I'm just always stunned seeing them down here. And losing to Dowie right now, like these 2 matchups should not be as lopsided as they are in my opinion. Slaanesh and Beastman makes sense. Those 2 are very good against Khorne in general. Warriors of Chaos, I feel like is pretty favorable for Khorne, but, you know, all the stuff up here does make sense. Khorne's very good against mortals in general. That's where a lot of their tools shine the most. Theoretically should shine against Dowie, but that's not really happening right now, unfortunately. Alright. So, yeah, we've done these. Lizards versus Nurgle is... Oh, this is, yet again, not a, I don't know why this keeps getting posted in there. Don't know if that person realizes that their, saves are not showing up correctly. Chaos Demons versus Vampire Coast. We've got a Khorne mirror. Oh my god, we got, like, identical builds almost. What the hell? Alright, we're gonna watch this. This is really interesting. How are Barbs and McGill both undefeated unless one of them has completed their final games? Hold on. I just need to recheck something real quick. Oh, okay. I see. Wow. Alright. Well, here we go. Jumping into a Khorne mirror match. Barbs versus McGill here. We've got Arbol for both players here. Some Marauders with Khorngor support. 4 Horsemen on one side, and not so many Horsemen on the other side, i.e. 0, which is certainly a choice. Khorngor is moving up to the number 1. We've got the Horsemen all moving up to the 2 and the 3 here. Marauders advancing behind that with a Skull Cannon. And Arbol, of course, sitting there. And we've got Foot Arbol on the other side, actually, which is interesting. Don't see that very often. Bloodletters are on the table. Bloodwake Berserkers, Marauders, and Khorngors moving up to the number 1. This Khorngor unit is going to get overwhelmed by the swarm on the other side over here. McGill playing very aggressively right now. Or is this Barbs? This is Barbs, and McGill is on the other side over here. Khorngors in the trees, moving up to the number 3, and Horsemen coming out now for McGill. Gonna be trying to push back his counterpart here. Throwing Axe is getting big damage onto the poor Marauders here, who are just getting absolutely wrecked currently. Skull Cannon firing over and whiffing its shots. What's new? And the Horseman trade going a little bit better for Barbs right now. McGill definitely taking the worst of this trade here. Nice shot from the Skull Cannon. Does a little bit of damage to the Horsemen as they roll past. And one of the Horsemen for Barbs actually does get caught here and is probably going to go down. Big damage going in here. Skull Cannon providing a little bit of support still. We've got Fleshhounds coming out. We've got a unit Marauders. And the Khorngors are still hanging out in the trees there. Over here, Khorngors swarming out from Barbs, getting on top of the #1 objective. Do flip that. Bloodletters moving over from McGill. And Marauder swarms just buffering out the Horsemen right now. And look at this. Actually, Arbol getting hit by the Skull Cannon right now. Very interesting use of that. I'd rather shoot at the Blood Shrine. It'd be a little easier to hit and do just as good of damage. And out here on the flank, McGill does lose his Horseman fight, unfortunately. Really good reaction from Barbs, turning the other Horsemen around to support, getting good damage with throwing axes. McGill very much on the back foot right now. Blood Shrine and Bloodletters looking to buffer out these Horsemen. Bloodwake Berserkers hiding in the middle here. Marauders just getting chipped down. McGill is winning on the back objective now, though, resecuring it with the Bloodletters and Furies and the initial Khorngor unit he pushed up. Definitely a big win out here. I mean, killing 2 Khorngors is a pretty juicy situation. Bloodletters getting shot to pieces right now. Fleshhounds continuing to hound down the remaining throwing axes, stopping any unsummon and any like small rebate on those guys. Khorngors engaging against Marauders. Marauders should be able to trade okay into the Khorngors here, and with another Marauder unit getting behind them and collapsing on the rear of this formation, definitely going to be able to secure and hang on to the #3 objective here. Skull Cannon with Arbol on the Fleshhound, killing the Marauders here. Another Marauder unit moving up. Throwing axes, taking a little bit of damage, it looks like, from some of these Marauders, maybe? Or, nah, actually, they're just the worn-down unit. The healthier ones over here. Blood Shrine looking to react and get after Barbs' units here. Oh, man, but Arbal's a little trapped up here. This could be really bad. If Arbol gets locked in combat here, he'll get taken apart at the seams by the Bloodwake Berserkers, but nice shot from the Skull Cannon. Punishing the blobbed up infantry pretty damn hard here. Look how much work the throwing axes and the Skull Cannon are doing to this blob here. Brutal stuff. Arbol does squeak away, though. Definitely getting nice and safe now. Blood Shrine needs to be careful, because Arbol could turn around with the Bloodletter support. Definitely beat up on this thing. Bloodwake Berserkers hanging in there. They're taking a lot of missile fire from the throwing axes, but McGill is pretty far down, but does have a decent fight here finally. Bloodwake Berserkers should be able to win this fight. Foot Arbol is going to be okay fighting in against all of these Bloodletters and the Chosen here. Oh, Chosen with dual weapons, actually. Oh, man. Chosen with dual weapons might be able to trade effectively enough against the Bloodwake Berserkers to wear these guys down eventually. Hounds of the Blood Hunt and some Furies getting on top of the Marauder Horsemen with throwing axes. Not letting them get unsummoned is pretty brutal there for Barbs. Barbs pushed off the back objective and not value trading well at all back here. 3 Khorngors getting rinsed over and over again. Another Fleshhound comes in. These throwing axes coming in now, trying to get safe from the Fleshhounds that Barbs is bringing out. We do have a Spawn Summon being used to kill a Marauder, it looks like. Not 100% sold on that from Barbs. I think you're better off trying to wear down the Bloodwake Berserkers and then use it on them. That would be a much better use of your time, in my opinion. And McGill definitely needs to help his Arbol out. Barbs is beating the hell out of McGill's Arbol. Khorne doesn't like losing their Lord. That'd be a very bad situation for old Arby here. Keeping him alive would be really nice into the late game, and Bloodwake Berserkers are really just beating the hell out of the chosen dual weapons, who have not traded well at all. Running for the hills now. Hounds the Blood Hunt here, and a wonky little tree. That's one of my favorite things about this map. If you look at it, if you zoom in right about here, this is where it's at, and it just, you see it blipping around right now. Really nice use here of the spawn summon, getting them out onto the field to go buffer off these Wrathmongers. Didn't kill anything super expensive by popping it, but using them as like mobile mass and to buffer enemies off of objectives is a pretty good use of your time. And Barbs is starting to really fall behind in the value trading, honestly. Fleshhound's back here getting intercepted by McGill's own, as well as some Khorngors, who should be able to finish these guys off. Number one objective very securely held right now. Some throwing axes back here could probably charge these bloodletters off. And Khorne spawn about 400 value out of these guys before they are going to crumble out. Just wrecking the Hellforged Host right now. Bloodwake Berserkers moving in also, and should be able to do some good damage to them as well. I love the Bloodwake, or the Hellforged Host, but they're nothing compared to the Bloodwake Berserkers, who just eat units like the Hellforged Host for breakfast, man. Very unfortunate for Barbs right now. His own Wrathmongers are very healthy, though. Should be able to rip these guys apart. Maybe be able to get up onto the number 2. Start to flip some of these objectives back. Do have a secure hold on the number 3. Hounds of the Blood Hunt. Finishing the chase on the throwing axes. While Khorngors in the woods are moving up to the number 3 here. Hounds of the Blood Hunt can probably go fight these Marauders and win that fight. Furies flying overhead for Barbs, another Fury unit coming out. Marauder Horsemen throwing their axes at them. Definitely need to run, though. Don't want to take that fight right now. Not the easiest trade in the world for McGill. Barbs with some forward momentum, finally. Bloodwake Berserkers basically on death's bed. 1,900 value, though. 12 models remaining. They could get in here and probably die on top of the Khorngors and do some good damage. Fury's hounding after the Marauder Horseman. This Marauder Horseman unit looking to maybe put a little pressure on the number 1, and Khorngors moving up to the number 1 as well, trying to hold in there. Hounds of the Blood Hunt fighting very capably against this Marauder unit. And the Khorngors are going to be trading into one another. Any more units moving over there? Doesn't look like it. McGill on the back foot yet again. Oof. Arbol getting tossed by Arbol. Arbol's going to stay undefeated one way or the other here. I guess this is maybe how he exists as the undefeated within this being a paradox. Defeating himself, does it really count as a loss, or are you just that cool? Does kill himself here. Barb's definitely probably going to be taking this game now. Hellforged Host are hanging in there. Haven't traded amazingly, but they do break the Khorngors here. Minotaurs are out on the field for McGill, but they're going to probably downtrade into the remains of the Furies and the Hellforged Host here. We'll see about it. Bloodwake Berserkers do find their way onto Arbol here. They could actually kill him. Maybe a little bit of a pipe dream. They're about to break also, so they're probably not going to be able to. That would be the only way for McGill to get back into this game, I think. And we're going to wind it down here. McGill's Furies do barely manage to beat Barbs's. Khorngors getting chased off here. Wrathmongers should be able to beat most of the units that are coming up onto the number 1 objective here. Definitely going to be able to beat the Minotaurs at the very least. Minotaurs are pretty good against Wrathmongers. But, if there's any buffering for the Wrathmongers, it's a much less favorable fight. Really nice Sword of Khorne going down. Routing the Marauders, Minotaurs routing, Skull Cannon maneuvering around, still doing some damage. And that is going to be a win for Barbs. Really nicely done. Pretty risky play style there. Getting all over the field and spreading out that much might have been not the best idea in the world, but holding on to the objectives long enough and able to value trade much better with his R-Ball. You got 2,400 value. Really nice stuff. Throwing Axes did great. Skull Cannon got its value back. Wrathmongers were holding well at the end. Hellforged Host did something. Chosen dual weapons were very inefficient, but able to get it done at the end of the day for him. How's the Blood Hunt paid for themselves? Minotaurs did okay, but losing R-Ball was pretty punishing. Alright, guys. Round 4 should be over here in just a moment. We've got the last couple games being played. Let's go check on the status of the... checking on how the tournament is rolling here at the very end. Kislev High Elves. That's going to be a fun one. Yeah, we'll chill here. We can maybe go talk about some of the Khornate units here. For the mirror match, you know, R-Ball isn't a bad option. Typically, I bring Skarbrand. It's what a lot of people bring in the mirror match, just because he is so powerful with the Rampage. It's one of the matchups where he can actually shine. He beats Valkia, he beats R-Ball too. R-Ball does okay against Skarbrand, but does lose ultimately just because Skarbrand has more HP and is able to, you know, force R-Ball into worse situations because of the Rampage. Skull Taker's not a bad option on the Shrine or on the Juggernaut. He can do some good work, but I really do think the big boy himself is the way to go. Bloodweight Berserkers are nice. You can also do a little bit of a wider build and go with Skull Reapers, because your opponents, oftentimes, you're going to bring Bloodletters, or even, you know, lots of Khorngors. Skull Reapers beat both of those pretty comfortably, and really aren't too bad even into stuff that's even more expensive. They do a pretty good job of holding. They're a little vulnerable to Skull Cannons and Throwing Axes, but you're going to be wanting to max out on your own Throwing Axes anyways. So that's typically a pretty solid core. You can do something like this just to have a little bit of harass, or you can, you know, avoid doing that. And you bring some Marauders with 1 Fury to fly interference. Hounds of the Blood Hunt, some Flesh Hounds. You get 1 Minotaur and a Blood Beast, usually going to be good enough for you. Bring the Khorngors. And maybe some Bloodweight Berserkers in reserve with 1 Bloodletter. Pretty solid army. It's pretty small, pretty elite, but I think you can get away with it into Khorne, because Rampages force really bad engages from your opponent. Your Throwing Axes just need to stay alive and do damage to your opponent in order to win. And they should be good enough at doing that as is. Don't need to be babysat too much. You can get rid of the... nah, I think you do want 2 Minotaurs. Just a really heavy metal build like this will probably win you a lot of games in the mirror. Alright, Dustman's figuring out some of the ins and outs of getting the last round sorted. We've had a couple of people report some games wrong, unfortunately. Are there any other games where I felt like people could maybe have maximized their builds a little bit better? Another thing about the mirror match that I just want to mention real quick. Blood Shrines on their own are quite terrible. Like, they really don't do much of anything. They've got really low leadership. They don't have a ton of HP. They tend to crumble pretty quickly. And the leadership and melee attack is nice, but like I said, Skulltaker would be a better option for the buffing because he's basically unbreakable on his shrine. He's also got Revel and Slaughter to give even bigger buffs than the regular Blood Shrine can. You don't really need Cloak of Skulls in that matchup. You can do something like this, and that's a pretty juicy buff blob if that's the style that you really want to go for. You can mix out these guys, and what else can you bring instead? 1425 remaining. I guess a Fury wouldn't be bad. Maybe another Fleshhound. You need Fleshhounds to control your opponent's cavalry, the throwing axes and stuff. But you can overcommit to bringing too much mobility, and then your opponent brings like a really heavy grind build that just rushes up to the objectives, kills everything that you have in your opener, and then just sits there and weathers the storm of any like throwing axes and Fleshhounds that you might be able to summon out. That is a possibility. Coin mirrors are probably one of the few where you've actually got some real rock, paper, scissors going on. Instead of both sides just bringing the exact same thing and trying to out-micro one another. That is kind of what we saw in the last game, funnily enough, though. This one is a little bit peculiar, though. I mean, I've never seen anybody bring Arbol on foot before, and he was pretty terrible on foot, so I really hope McGill took that to heart, because because Barbs did a great job of getting Arbol into good fights. You got 2,400 value out of this guy. Looks like it might be a minute before the situation with the points gets sorted, so let's actually watch a High Elf mirror match here. Now this is a mirror for the ages. You got Alarielle on both sides, probably with Tempest, Earthblood, and Star, but a Loremaster of Hoeth for one, with some Spearmen and Silverin Guard, couple of Lotherns. On the other side, no Loremaster, no Silverins, but Sisters of Avalorn and a ton of Illyrian Reaver Horse Archers, while there's triple Bolt Thrower on the other side here. Now, I like Bolt Throwers, and I think Artillery can work really well, but I think this is a little too much to bring. I mean, this is 2,100 or 2,250 gold's worth of artillery pieces, which is pretty risky. I mean, these things have to use all their ammo to trade effectively. And are you going to be able to protect all that? I really don't know. I'm very skeptical. A little bit more focused abilities for Grace of God here. Well, Just Saying also has a Shield of Sapphire and Life Bloom. Yeah. So, having the passives isn't really a bad thing, in my opinion, honestly. Definitely helps out a little bit with the Earthblood healing. Just because this does give you an extra, like, 1% of healing, which is pretty decent. Lyrian Reaver Horse Archers doing some funky formation stuff and kind of get caught, but they do have their fellows out here supporting them pretty effectively with the bowfire, chipping down their melee counterparts very capably right now. Big damage on these guys. Not going to be able to catch their opponents either. Bolt Throwers opening up on the Sisters of Avalorn, as good a target as any, right? Very elite archer unit that is going to take an absolute pounding right now from all of the Bolt Thrower fire. Where do we have the Spearmen and Lotherns are moving up here. Lothern Seaguard hiding in the trees, very tricky. Gonna be hard to dive these guys, so they can just sit here and cover the number 3 objective. About half of the objective is covered by them. Bolt Throwers can push up and also cover as well. They're just about in range of the whole thing. And these Sisters, man. If you see a ton of Bolt Throwers out on the field, just pull all of your expensive stuff back and just throw your chaff forward. Force your opponent to shoot at stuff that isn't worth as much. That way you're not feeding a bunch of value to them. So these Bolt Throwers would not be getting nearly as much value shooting at the Spearmen as they are against these Sisters right now. Very brutal situation for Just Saying right now. Tempests going down. Each of them the upgraded or actually this is just a regular Tempest. Upgraded Tempest on the other side over here. Looks like the Lotherns and the Illyrian Reavers were what's actually doing damage to Grace over here. Lotherns advancing forward, getting good bow fire on the Illyrian Reaver archers who are trying to shoot down Alarielle. Oh, and the Fireborn coming out, but now really good focus by Grace. Making sure to swap over to the single rounds so that you're getting the bonus versus large and doing the extra damage. And just poking away. The Fireborn are getting massacred right now. Already lost 13 models, and none of that's really going to be available to be healed. Just because they're actually losing the models. Earthblood doesn't resurrect any combatants. A really nice movement from the Silverins, blocking up a lot of the Fireborn, but they do get through, and they are pretty uncontested right now. Oh, a Light Mage coming out. Oh, that's so sneaky. This is a great use out of High Elf magic right now. And does get the Net of Amantok off, is going to be stopping these guys before they get into combat. Is the Bolt Thrower crew able to shoot this close, or is this within their minimum range? Actually, I have no idea. The other Bolt Throwers are not going to have the same issue. They're firing in here. Going to be able to kill the Fireborn more than likely. Probably just want an Illyrian Reaver Cav to come in and buffer the remainder of these guys, which is exactly what happens. Grace is playing a very clean game right now. Saiyan is just on the back foot completely across the entire field right now. Silverins are getting hammered down by a Bolt Thrower and the Sisters right now. It's going to take a while for that to take place, though. And meanwhile, back here, losing the Fireborn, and they have gotten absolutely no value. I am not 100% sure how you get back in this game. Hanging onto the objectives is certainly one way to go about it. There is a very strong position of Lotherns and Spearmen here. The Illyrian Reaver Archers are doing alright hanging in there. War Lions over pursuing into the backfield pretty badly. They could get cleaned up back here and killed off. Upgraded Tempest going down. Just saying needs to get his Alarielle out of here. She's taking way too much damage. Needs to get some use out of that Heart of Avalorn or something. And I just hate seeing the Fireborn get sent to their deaths back here. I mean, they were never gonna have an easy time shutting down all these bolt throwers, and, you know, now that they're also killed off and all 3 bolt throwers are still alive, still getting good value, I'm not sure how you're going to be able to survive the value deficit here. Silverhelm's moving up with some War Lions. Maybe something good happens here for Sand, but War Lions here get intercepted by Illyrian Reavers, and more Illyrian Reavers coming out to get onto the Silverhelms. 1 Bolt Thrower is going down, but it's gotten its value back. It's not going to need to do too much to get Grace into a good position here to close this game out. War Lions getting on top of Sand's Bolt Thrower now. Some responding War Lions coming to get a good rear charge off. Should win the fight, but I think this Bolt Thrower crew doesn't get taken offline. They do actually survive there. Really fortunate for Sand, keeping that thing alive and well. His War Lions hammered down pretty badly by the Illyrian Reavers, and now Silver and Guard are on top of them, and gonna finish them off probably. Silverhelm's doing okay back here, fighting their more lightly armored counterparts in the Illyrian Reavers. If they win here, maybe they can shut down the other bolt throwers, but both of these bolt throwers have used most of their ammunition. They're shooting at Alarielle right now, who's taken way too much damage and is in danger of being taken out here. War Lions for Grace dealt with, but the situation's starting to look pretty dire for Sand. Barely hanging on to these objectives. Dragon Prince is coming out now. Big core of Silverans and Spearmen with the Lore Master of Hoeth pushing up slowly, and it looks like Alarielle is going to be going down here. To the Bolt Thrower fire and the Tempest. Big sad. Just plummets to the ground in the midst of a tornado, and is going to be debuffing the leadership for Sand pretty badly here. Illyrian Reaver Archer is going to be very squishy on leadership now. The main core that's very healthy still is completely out of ammo over here. War Lions coming out, getting poked down by Silverans. And the hordes of Spearmen and Silver and Guard are finally up on the #1 objective here. Spearmen taking a last little bit of fire from these bolt throwers. 1,300 value on one of them, 1,000 on the other, 852 on the other. Very effective play there from Grace. War Lions getting wrecked in combat, trying to get back on the bolt thrower. This bolt thrower over here has done okay. They've gotten some pretty good value. Almost 700, almost paying for themselves. Dragon Princes on top of Lotherns is not where they want to be. Definitely need to pull out there. And taking the #1 objective is great, but you got to hold on to this. And the Keepers of the Flame are actually moving up now. Very difficult unit to kill. Very powerful. Elite halberd. Where's the Lore Master? Lore Master of Hoeth should be able to beat up on these guys. Silverans will be able to hold for a long time against them also. Alarielle does not want to sit in front of this bolt thrower. She needs to be out of here and going elsewhere. Dragon Prince is getting dragged down fighting all of these spears, man. Not the best situation for them to be fighting in. They're kind of surrounded now. One Spearman blocking their path out. They this Spearman unit is really low on leadership. Might just break here. And their allies do break, and I believe that gets their leadership low enough, yeah, that it does actually cause them to rout as well. This unit of Lothern Sea Guard, pretty damn healthy, but not loving the situation they're in. White Lions of Trace should be able to lock them in place, and then one good charge from the Dragon Princes should finish them there. Silverhelms do clean up the bolt thrower crews, but that's not that good of a situation for Sand. It's just stopping the unsummons on the bolt thrower crews. keeping any rebate from happening, but Grace is kind of swarming the battlefield, locking down a lot of these objectives. Doesn't have to hold on to a triple cap that long to get out of the ticket hole. And now that the number 3 objective has been secured, Dragon Princes can move over and start to hammer down the very low units that are scattered around the battlefield for Saiyan right now. Silveren's holding on this back objective. Their leadership is pretty tattered right now. They're just surrounded and damaged by artillery, losing, frightened. A lot of leadership malice is being applied to these guys. It all adds up, you know. It can be a pretty bad situation when you've got an otherwise very stalwart unit in terms of leadership breaking this early, and it actually looks like the number 1 and number 2 objective are going to flip here potentially. Barely hanging on by putting the Dragon Princes on. We've got some Silver Helms coming out, fighting War Lions. Pretty favorable trade for the Silver Helms here. White Lions moving across to get onto the number 1 objective. Lore Master of Hoeth chipping away at the HP on the Keepers of the Flame. And White Lions with War Lions and Lotherns all trying to move up and resecure the number 2 objective. Dragon Prince is going to miss the charge and blunder into the Silver Helms here. Pretty unfortunate for both sides here. Definitely needing a little bit more optimal engagements is Saiyan, since he is at a value deficit right now. But Keepers of the Flame may be able to flip this objective. The White Lions are about to get on this, and they will trade all right into these units here. Really nice use out of the Star of Avalorn, finally using one of the charges on this thing. Dragon Princes really appreciating the heals and crushing those Silver Helms now. Big breaks on the number 2 objective back here, and it is going to be very securely held by Grace now. Silver Helms on the other side getting chewed on by the War Lions, who are going to be able to push these guys off in a moment. And then it's just going to be a matter of swarming onto the number 1 objective, but it's not triple cap territory anymore for Saiyan, and is still technically hanging on to the number 1 as we speak. So, not even a point rolling in for Saiyan, who is probably going to be losing this game now. Fireborn doing some good damage. Sisters are out on the field. Keepers of the Flame have been doing some pretty good work. I mean, 1,300 value on these guys. Fireborn are going to be able to beat these Dragon Princes and Illyrian Reavers, probably. White Lions of Trace here as well. Where is the Heart of Avalorn? Oh, it's 120-second cooldown. Thought it was 90 seconds, so I was hoping maybe it might come out and heal up all these units here for Grace, but Sisters of Avalorn do get dived by some War Lions who just absolutely mulch this elite archer unit up. 2 summons of these Sisters, and they've only paid for themselves the one time. Pretty brutal. War Lions chasing down Illyrian Reaver archers. Dragon Princes jumping out of combat with the Fireborn going after these Illyrian Reaver archers. More Illyrian Reavers coming out for Grace. This is going to be a game set match. Fireborn not quite able to get it done. Keepers of the Flame doing a really good job of getting up on the number 1 and eventually flipping it back. But there's just not enough for Saiyan on the field, and his leadership being as bad as it is making it a little bit more difficult for him to be able to maintain a presence on the battlefield. Very clean play from Grace there. Good win, good job with the bolt throwers, getting a good value out of all of them. Lothern's doing nicely, Silveren's doing okay, Spearman holding, Lore Master doing a little bit, and Alariel also doing decently there. Not sure what you do as just Saiyan. I think you might actually want to play very aggressively. You've got the mobility advantage in the opening. Just scream these Illyrian Reavers as far up as possible and force Grace to bunker up around his own bolt throwers. Then you can triple cap him, and then push up, you know, something like just a bunch of Silver Helms or a couple of War Lions. units that can like hammer down any units that try to move up from Grace to cap objectives, and keep them off as long as possible, but also be units that can threaten to dive at the same time. You can win on points against artillery pretty easily because people really commit to defending them quite heavily, and then they get into the later stages of the game and they just panic because they have no objectives, they haven't really been holding points. And that's when you can value trade against those builds. That's when your Fireborn and Keepers of the Flame and stuff can move forward and do some really good damage, as well as the Sisters of Avalorn. You don't want to take damage on your elite stuff early. You want to just use all your cheapo units to soak up as much punishment as possible, while still value trading a little bit so that you're not getting completely swamped in that department. Alright. So here we go. Top 4 is about to be underway now. We're going to go jump into our lobby here. We'll watch Abdel. We've watched him play a very dominant game of Slaanesh against the Vampire Coast. And we'll see if there's a second win for Slaanesh 2 weeks in a row. Last week he had Captain Pinchy. This week we've got Abdel here, who's been pretty dominant so far. I believe is also undefeated here. Let's go take a look. Yeah, Abdel and McGill are... Well, McGill is not undefeated. McGill lost to Barbs. What is going on here with the points and everything? It did get sorted out, so... take a peek. Okay, never mind. Looks good. Looks legit. Trying to get these guys to drop me a lobby code and a spec slab. Nobody's responded yet. We'll see what we can do. At the very least, hopefully we can get the replays from them. Alright. We'll hang out here for a minute. See if any of them are going to respond to me. Arg. I guess we'll just chill here. Maybe they jumped in game already. I don't think they did, though. I mean, they just announced the top 4 for these guys. I don't know why nobody is responding, but whatever. We'll get replays from them. Well, in the absence of anybody responding to me, we'll just go watch some of the other replays we've got, I guess. High Elves versus Lizardmen is a pretty fun matchup. I'm gonna check this one out. I'm gonna give, like, 2 more minutes before we jump into a game, though. So, alright, we'll jump in here, just so that we're doing something. I don't know why nobody is paying attention to their DMs, but it's okay. I've been there. This game is very engrossing. So we've got Grace and Kramer going up against one another. We've got a Saurus Oldblood sighting. I'm not sure if he's on the Carnosaur or not, but I've really enjoyed the performance of Krokgar on the big Carnosaur, and Saurus Oldblood isn't too different. It has an interesting item that we'll see if it's available on this guy. Yeah, Horn of Kygor. Horn of Kygor is a big buff, and there was a time in Warhammer 2 where it was a very meta item, because it gives charge bonus, melee attack, and leadership, so you just get a big blob of stuff and just run over enemies. It does have the Amulet of Itzel, which gives 60% ward save, which is okay. I don't love that item. It's not that useful. 3 bolt throwers moving up yet again. Grace really loves the triple bolt thrower, but we do have Tyrion and the Lord Master of Hoeth, Earthblood and Spirit Leech being the spell choices. Skink Core moving up into the trees over here. 2 cohorts and 2 with the javelins. Should be able to kill a spearman, no problem. Red-crested skinks, tons of them. They will beat the hell out of Silverin Guard and spearmen. Red-crested skinks are an excellent infantry unit. I would just get very aggressive as the lizards here. If you see an artillery build, just bum rush your opponent's infantry and make it difficult for the artillery to poke into your units. The Saurus Spears, you can keep one behind the pillar here, and the other 2 can kind of sit on the edge until you've got the full cap and everything. And then maybe you can move them up the way that is being done by Kramer here. Kramer's getting a very good engagement here. These cohorts don't want to miss their charge, though. They do miss it a little bit. Saurus Oldblood moving up. Or Saurus Ancient, I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's an Oldblood is the name of the unit. Smacking in here against the Silverin Guard. Doesn't want to sit in that fight for too long. Red-crested skinks get on the Spearmen, doing some really good damage, and chewing through those guys very efficiently right now. Feral Cold One's moving into the back line to get after the Eagle Claw Bolt Throwers. No response from Grace so far. Grace did a very good job in that High Elf mirror of defending the artillery, but maybe looking like it's going to be a struggle to defend it this time around. Saurus Ancient needs to get the hell out of this fight. Does not want to be fighting Tyrion. I don't know why he's staying in here. Going to take a ridiculous amount of damage. trying to hang and go up against probably one of the best duelists in the game, and gets the absolute brakes beaten off of him. Sylvarins managed to survive the red-crested skinks as well. These red-cresteds not doing bad. Actually not doing nearly as well as I thought they would be, but I think a lot of that is coming down to the 54 melee defense that those Sylvarin Guard have, which is just brutal. It is so hard to get through. Feral Cold Ones being rampaged, really good micro. Grace doing a great job of summoning out Illyrian Reavers to buffer the Feral Cold Ones out. Skink cohorts just blobbed up on the Spearmen. Skinks don't beat a Spearman one-on-one. You need to circle around and get behind them. Cohorts are obstructing each other, so they need to spread out some to actually get good damage done. But the Saurus are beating up on the Sylvarins now, which is pretty nice, but not having the Saurus Old One available to do any kind of dueling against the characters is kind of rough. Loremaster of Hoeth is getting worn down slowly. Colossadon Hunters coming out on the field, but I don't love them being out here, honestly. They're very squishy, and against spears and bolt throwers, they're just going to get wrecked, honestly. I don't see this going well for them at all. They're on top of a Sylvarin Guard unit. Tyrion's right here next to him, and a Loremaster of Hoeth, and now we get a Tempest? Tempest from the High Mage. Really liking the back pocket casters that Grace is bringing in. Very nice utility, and Book of Hoeth giving the recharge rate and just absolutely obliterating the Colossadon Hunters, who have been sent packing very handily by the High Elves here. Bolt Throwers continuing to get some pretty good value. They're probably going to want to start shooting at the Rev Crystal. That would be my recommendation. More Feral Cold Ones coming out. I like Feral Cold Ones, but they're not good at diving backfields. Feral Cold Ones are for providing mass in the front line and getting rear charges on opportunities like this, where you've got units engaged against enemy infantry that they're having trouble finishing. Feral Cold Ones have really good charge bonus for the price point with good AP, so they can get through just about anything. That would be where they should be used right now. Illyrian Reavers all over the Javelin cohorts, who have used no ammo because they were obstructing one another the whole time, which is pretty unfortunate. More Illyrian Reavers coming out to buffer for the Bolt Throwers. One Bolt Thrower going to be shut down by a Feral Cold One unit. The other probably going to be long-suffering, but hang in here. And this one's being unsummoned right now, which I can't help but feel is a big mistake, honestly. Had a lot of ammo left, but is gone. No longer on the field. Tyrion hanging in. Definitely needs to be trying to kill this Bastiladon Rev Crystal. Rev Crystals are really tanky. I mean, they've got 140 armor. So Spears and Rangers especially are going to struggle to kill these guys. These Saurus Warriors have been in a terrible situation for so long now, and they're still holding on for dear life. 800 value, 900 value now on those guys. Cold Wind Riders get a good flank charge on the Sylvarins. Doing a good job of helping out their Saurus Warrior friends here. Excuse me, guys. Feral Cold Ones being pushed off yet again. Warlions coming out to finish them. Illyrian Reavers running roughshod over the Skink cohorts out here. Going to be able to clean up these guys on the #1 objective, assuredly. You know, the Lizards have been holding these caps very aggressively and doing a good job of getting a ticket lead, but they're value trading very poorly. There are heals for the High Elves. They've been popping a few Earthbloods that I've seen on this big pocket here. Another one going down right now. Loremaster of Hoeth does break, so maybe no more heals. Cold Wind Knights, or Cold Wind Riders, I should say, are dealt with and handled, pushed off, and probably not going to be able to hang around. They're going to get chased off the field by Illyrian Reavers here, I think. Oh, but the High Mage and the Loremaster are both broken at the same time. Spear Riders actually killing this Mage very effectively right now. And Lizards, with their good cap weight, actually going to flip the middle back to themselves. So a double cap for the Lizards again. A lot of Illyrian Reavers hanging out on the number 1. One probably needs to go chase that skink cohort off, and the other needs to come and kill the remaining Saurus that are hanging around in this back line. Just very annoying trying to deal with the Sauruses. They're just so sticky. It's such a stalwart unit. Rev Crystal has gotten some good value, but does break. It's got way too many uses on this Rev Crystal left. If you're gonna bring a Rev Crystal, you have to actually use the heals on it. It's very powerful, as I might have mentioned earlier when we were watching Lizards. You get 7 uses out of this thing. It's a 10% heal each time. It's on a pretty low cooldown, too. Only 60 seconds. You can definitely use all of it by the end of a game, easily. But Lizards are really not making the most out of it right now. Umbral Tide coming out. They've got a little bit of value right now, 88. Probably shooting at these Illyrian Reavers who are struggling right now. Definitely need these guys online and not just running around aimlessly. I think trying to get on the objective and then shoot, just to hang on to the point. Spear Riders, definitely going to be able to beat these Illyrian Reavers if they're allowed to get into combat with them. Red Cresteds versus War Lions and Rangers. Not a good fight for the Red Crested Skinks. This is a high elf unit that does absolutely body them with superior stats. Rangers are on the verge of breaking, though, so they might break before they are able to finish these Red Crested Skinks. High Elves struggling to flip the objectives back, and Grace needs to start summoning more stuff out. 2,000 supplies in the bank. I know you've got a lot going on. You've got to be on top of your summons, because you can't allow cheap lizard units to just cap your objectives away from you like they are right now. Spearmen going to slow push up to the number 3. Rangers getting wrecked by the Umbral Tide Fire. Just devastating them right now. These guys are very lightly armored, and there's pretty good explosion damage on the Umbral Tide's shooting. Elves do have the number 2, but they're losing the number 1 in the midst of all of this. Very nice micro from Kramer, getting all of these skink cohorts onto the point, utilizing their cap weight to hang on to that. Red Crested Skinks moving on to the back objective with a ton of skink cohort. Umbral Tide massacre these Silver Helms as they're going by. They did rout, and now the Umbrals are just going to get nice free value on them as they're riding past, man. Brutal stuff. Silverhelm's really nice unit, but you hate to see the position that they're in now, getting mulched by a dedicated anti-large unit. War Lions are coming in, and really good micro, getting the Umbral Tide away from those War Lions, pulling them back to the safety of the Cold One Spear Riders, who will win against War Lions in a one-on-one fight. There's also Javelins. Javelins can turn around and throw at the War Lions, or they could maneuver out to the flank and fire onto the rear of the Silverin Guard and chip around the shields, do damage there. That would be a pretty good use of your time. Red Crested Skinks do break in the middle. They held for quite a while, though, and if you're in a situation like this, you got a bunch of tattered infantry holding a point, you need to fight off of the objective. You can't let your opponent just walk right up to it. Kramer needs to get the skink cohorts trickling off this point and sacrificing themselves to hang on to the cap weight there. But I think the Lizards are going to be able to win this. Look at the skirmish fire. You see how effective it could be at getting around high armor. You know, shields are the big measure of success against missile fire in my book. And these guys being locked in combat against the Feral Cold Ones, not able to make use of their shields right now. And just get absolutely obliterated by the focus fire from the skink cohort. As well as being run over by the Feral Cold Ones, man. Feral's very good unit, very underrated. You can't over-rely on them, but they can definitely provide like game-critical support. It's kind of how I think of them. Red Cresteds need to move back to the objective here. You don't want to lose the number 3. You're in a triple cap situation. Lizards kind of just let the High Elves walk up onto the number 1. Not the worst situation in the world, because the High Elves are having some trouble with getting enough cap weight onto these points. War Lions taking way too long to move over to start capping that point. And there's just too many lizards here, so I'd be very shocked to see this cap flip anytime soon. 2 skink cohorts outcap a spearman pretty hard. Skinks just having full cap weight is really nice. Lizards have the most cost-effective cap weight infantry in the game in the form of the skinks. Feral Cold One's got 1,000 value, really nice. These Cold One Spear Riders up to 2,100 value themselves, being summoned out a couple of times, and they are able to manage this hold. Really beautiful lizard play. I was really worried when the Saurus Old One was getting beat down on the middle objective, as bad as he was. But Kramer with some very inventive hold techniques on the objectives is able to close that game out, and that is one of the inefficiencies of big artillery builds, is you have very little cap weight presence, and if you aren't prepared for your opponent to split push you, and fully on top of holding your objectives, then this is kind of what can happen. I mean, Grace was value trading excellently, but just slowly got overwhelmed by the weight of numbers that the lizards were able to bring out, and wasn't able to decisively win anywhere on the field to close the game out. And we got to give Kramer some credit for winning that match with no caster. That's pretty impressive. Alright, Gondola is going to send us the semis replay. We'll watch those later. I wish I could have gotten them live for you. It's really unfortunate. Nobody was responding. They jumped into game a little too quickly. Is it just me, or do lizards feel weak in combat right now? Lizards are odd. Lizards are a great faction, but their units as a whole do have pretty poor combat stats, pound for pound. Like, I mean, we'll just, we'll take a, Saurus Warrior. You know, 800 gold is a pretty good standard of price for, like a mid-tier infantry unit. If you compare them to a Chaos Warrior of Khorne, you can see that they're just a teeny bit faster. They've got a lot less armor, though. They've got 7 less melee attack, 5 less melee defense, but 16 more weapon strength. Lizard units tend to benefit immensely from buff spells. And the good weapon strength that their units has, if you're playing combined arms with lizards, they absolutely dominate just about every faction in the game. They've got answers for pretty much anything. They struggle a little bit against demonic units, but that's where their lords really shine. You know, like Mazda Mundi is pretty good against demons and stuff. He's got some pretty good spells. Tehenowin's pretty decent against demons, just because he's got Flock of Doom, and Flock of Doom is pretty devastating against Seekers and you know, demon units in general. It's pretty cheap as well. Krokar isn't bad. Needs to, you've also got the Wild Lord Croak option. You can go really crazy. Just drop Deliverance of Itza on all the fights that your units are in, because it does serious damage. I mean, Deliverance of Itza is one of the strongest spells in terms of damage in the game. Alright, we've got Lizards versus Counts in the final here. Alright, here we go. We'll save the semis replays for later. It's always worth checking those out. I might do separate videos on them, actually. and cover them there. Rip. I love the replays folder. It's so great. But yeah, Lizards versus Counts. Pretty nice. It's a fun matchup. We've got a Saurus Scarvet on foot and Mazda on the throne. Lots of spells. Still bringing Arcane Unforging, which I just don't love. I mean, you're better... I don't know, man. Just doesn't do enough damage for how much it costs. 14 months of magic for a slightly better Spirit Leech that increases cooldowns. I mean, it's not bad. It's just the issue is that Spirit Leech is so efficient because of the cost of the spell itself. 13 seconds, 8 winds of magic, and then you look at where's it at? High magic. You look at Arcane Unforging as 22 seconds for 14 winds of magic. It's just not a very good split in terms of damage. And the increased cooldowns is cheeky and kind of useful, but not amazing. Or give me a second, guys. I'm helping out someone here who doesn't know how to post their replays. Alright, we should be into the finals now. I swear these guys need to actually pay attention to what I'm asking of them so that we can watch it live. Here we go. Oh, this is the Conquest tournament. Here's the Dom. I'm not sure who actually made it into the finals of the two. We'll figure it out, though. No worries. Okay, here we go. Alright, Gondola's gonna hook us up. don't want to actually join this lobby. Why? There we go. Vampire counts in the finals, man. It's been a minute. They have not been a very popular faction in Warhammer 3. People really don't give vampire counts a lot of credit, and I understand why. They're an old faction. They haven't gotten a DLC in, God, 5 years, maybe even longer. It's been forever since vampire counts got anything. But what they do have, they're kind of like Norska, where what they do have is very solid and dependable. Where's the stats? Here's the stats. We'll go take a look at the current win rates right now for vampire counts. They're at 60%. They don't have nearly as many games played as other factions do, but I think that speaks volumes. Both, one, for the quality of vampire counts players, but also for how underrated they are. You know, they've been hovering around the bottom of the faction win rates for a while now, but it's very misleading in my opinion. You know, they actually did pretty good here in this season. Here, they're way down here. But really, there's like 2 players who are really high level that I know of that play them regularly, and that's Subutai and Scrambled Egg Special. And they're both pretty dominant with the vampire counts. They're just kind of a specialist faction that doesn't do a lot of the stuff that that a lot of other factions are able to. Alright, here we go. Let me share this video yet again. There we go. Alright, so Slaanesh versus Vampire Counts is a pretty crazy matchup, honestly. Slaanesh is pretty damn strong against the Vampires because they've got crazy good healing. Crowhammer. I just have so many Discord noties. I'm not hearing any Discord noties. I don't know what you're hearing. I disabled them. Shouldn't be hearing any of them. Double check though. Let me know if that helped. I don't know what's going on. But anyways, Slaanesh has good healing opportunities for their lords because the greater demons, the exalted demons, get Feasting on Fear, which gives them a heal for every unit that's wavering or routing around them, and that counts for units that are crumbling and disintegrating. So you can get into a really ugly situation as the vampire counts where your units are wavering, they're being leeched down by the passive abilities from the greater demons, and they're also healing the greater demons. And I've seen Nakari and even just the regular Exalted Keeper of Secrets get like 6,000 plus value against vampire counts. It's pretty insane. But vampire counts do have really good healing. They've got cheap units that can do pretty well against the cheap infantry that Slaanesh has access to. Scabscraith is an excellent item at killing devoted marauders. We'll see if ERWD is going to be bringing it here. And then you've also got the whatchamacallits. Blood Knights. Blood Knights are pretty good because they accept heals. They crush Hellstriders. Do pretty well against Seekers as long as they don't get surrounded or anything, obviously. The Black Knights with Lances and Barding, or just regular Black Knights, also do pretty well in this matchup. I'm trying to think of what some of the other units might be. That vampire counts can lean on in this matchup. Let me swap away for a second, because I'm going to go check the builds also. There we go. Graveguard Halberds aren't bad. Unholy Lodestones, also pretty decent. I don't know, you can usually go as wide as possible to beat the demons. It's usually the best way to go about it. Let's see what Slaanesh has. Ooh. Pretty interesting builds here. I'm really excited to show these off, actually. Alright, this is going to be really interesting. Alright. ER's ready. Abdel still finishing up the last of the build, I'm guessing. And we're fighting on Proving Grounds? Really? Okay. That's interesting. It's not often that you see this map in finals games, at the least. Slick. Okay, guys. Let me get back to the actual game. We've got a showdown on Proving Grounds here. It's going to be Vampire Counts, helmed by Vlad von Karstein, double White King, lots of width. We've seen this exact build come out from the Vampire Counts before. Going up against a Demon Prince of Slaanesh with Occultist, Devoted Marauders, 4 of them being Hellscourges, Prince of Perfection, and 3 Javelin Horsemen. Alright, we'll see where this guy is going to end up going. I've not seen people bring the Demon Prince of Slaanesh, like, almost ever. It's not very often that you see them being utilized, but he does have Fiendish Musk here, which lowers melee attack and speed. Pretty nice. Also has Paragon of Exus, so big debuffing potential on this guy. Pavane and Pit of Shades, 2 very expensive spells to be using. Especially when you've brought Blissful Rapture as the lore passive to give the melee attack and leadership to everything. We'll be seeing if that's going to end up being a little bit of a waste or an inefficient option. Vlad going to be mixed in with some zombies. We've got White Kings mixed in with the zombies as well. I think you're honestly better off keeping them all in just one goon squad and keeping them on a specific objective. Because Vampire Counts have so much chaff, you can peel off something to hold another point and then just use your mobility to support it. And you'll do okay against Slaanesh that way. And then your heroes, with just a couple of the other units, can go and like hang on to something and maybe try and force Slaanesh to try and snipe those targets, which you can then counter with good micro and decision making. Horsemen are all moving across the battlefield, capping up the points. Didn't cap the middle point like immediately, unfortunately. So a couple of ticks without holding that. It's okay though. Not going to be terrible for Slaanesh or anything. Vampires are so slow getting up onto points that Slaanesh is going to be getting a early lead. I'm trying to put some pressure on the Counts to actually figure out a way to lock down these objectives. It's going to be pretty hard. Slaanesh, like I said, is generally pretty good, but most of the builds that I've seen succeed, like I said, are the Exalted Keepers, and there is not one here. I don't know how this big boy is going to handle fighting against all these guys. Good Scab Scrates going down. Taken 2/3 of the HP off of the Devoted Hellscourge Marauders, which is big damage. And the White King is getting into combat, should be able to start killing some models here. These guys are great combatants. They've got the magical attacks. They just stand in here, and they do so much good work for you. Vampire Counts very reliant on those particular heroes. Horsemen doing a very good job of stacking up on the edge of the objective and hanging onto the number 1, keeping the cap weight in the favor of Slaanesh. These guys are I don't know if they're technically on or off right now, but they definitely need to start moving everything up onto the points to the Vampire Counts to start taking these points. Oh, this is a fat Pit of Shades. Hits both of the Graveguard back here. Upgraded, probably, doing a ridiculous amount of damage. Already down to about 2/3 of their HP. An Invo does go down to mitigate a lot of that damage, though, which is very good spellcasting priority. Good job, Vlad. I'm sure your soldiers are very appreciative of that. Prince of Perfection fighting zombies, doing some pretty good damage here. They should be able to chew through all of these guys over time. More zombies getting shot to death by missiles. These throwing horsemen don't want to be shooting the zombies. I have seen too much zombie shooting today from people. you should be shooting the Graveguard Halberds. They were in range. They're your priority. They have no shields. They have good armor, but they'll still take a lot of damage. Man, look at the Cultist. Cultist got absolutely bullied by Vlad. Vlad just whooped on this poor little Cultist here. White King rallying back to the formation here. Good Scab Straits, dude. They have been so on point. ERWD has gotten a nice value lead here. Does have the number 2 objective, is finally flipping the number 1, and the Black Knights with the Lances and Barding hanging out here, looking for an opportunity to get into the fight. Hellstriders coming out now for Slaanesh. Devoted Hellscourge Marauders hanging out on the number 3. It might be worth pushing a Graveguard or something over there at the in the mid game, just to put some pressure on those guys. Another good Pit of Shades hits the Graveguard Halberds and the Skeleton Spears, but another good Invo going down. Hitting a big blob of units here, getting some good heals off, and mitigating a lot of the damage. And I just don't see this Demon Prince being very useful. Really struggling to support the infantry fights. Devoted Hellscourge Marauders have just gotten folded up, and the Forsaken, while they've done good damage against zombies and the like, are now fighting Crypt Horrors, who are putting an unholy beatdown on them, which is very unfortunate. Forsaken much better after the buffs that they got, but they still struggle a little bit in terms of durability. They've just got terrible melee defense, so you know, now that their Frenzy is offline, these Crypt Horrors are just going to have a field day beating up on them. Really nice Fascination. It's going to do a ridiculous amount of damage to the Graveguard, unfortunately for the undead here, but Spearmen and Skeleton Hordes moving in with some Crypt Horror support, definitely looking to assist on this back objective, but a big overextension from the Black Knights here, who are getting surrounded by Exalted Demonettes and the Hellscourge, or the Hellstriders right now. Definitely going to be a losing fight for the Black Knights, but they might be able to get a little value back against the Hellstriders here. Hellstriders have very low armor, and the Black Knights have 110, so the weapon strength on the Hellstriders isn't going to be nearly as devastating as it could be in other circumstances. Seekers coming in, doing some pretty big damage. 525 value, and they're chewing on the Graveguard Halberds right now, who are taking the worst of this fight. They're just getting absolutely rinsed. Zombies moving across, looking to get after the number 3 here. Vampire counts don't have much on this middle objective. The Cultist is fighting the White King. White King somehow not finishing off this Cultist. Does get a good blow there. Definitely going to be able to kill her now, potentially. Crypt Horrors definitely need to get themselves into combat. Just to start beating up on some of these very expensive Slaaneshi units that are out on the field. And Slaanesh has started to take momentum here. They've got the gold value lead. They're crumbling a lot of the infantry that's out on the field for the undead. Spears and skeletons and zombies just don't hold up very well, obviously. Really good Narcissism going down. Slaanesh just getting endless uses out of their army abilities because of the way the mechanics work for charging them. Very punishing for the vampires, and the vampires are just trotting out more chaff to go get absolutely ripped apart. Really good Scab Scraith. That is the last one for this White King. The other one back here might have... No, it is also used up, man. Brutal stuff. I don't think that the vampires are going to be able to hang in here. Slaanesh is just so dominant right now. They're ripping apart the Crypt Horrors. They're losing Crypt Horrors over here because they're getting attacked by Hellstriders and Forsaken, who are just doing ridiculous work. Just brilliant value, good focus fire from the Horsemen here, also chipping down the Crypt Horrors. And Vlad is doing great. He's been doing a good job of anchoring up to this point, but the Demon Prince and these Hellstriders are going to rip apart this Unholy Lodestone Corpse Cart. No more passive healing for the vampire counts there. And just don't see this happening without substantial amounts of mobility coming in that the vampire counts can fall back on. No Dire Pack out on the field. Black Knights, they've come back out again, but they didn't do that great the first time around. Seekers are just destroying everything. 900 value on these guys, and they're just deleting even more units, removing their source code from the game. Exalted Demonettes grinding away. Prince of Perfection hanging in there and also doing some pretty good work. And another really good Pit of Shades here. Hitting the Graveguard great weapons. No heals to support these guys this time. Takes a serious chunk of their HP off, and they're not going to stick around for long. You can see how bad their leadership is already. And more army abilities getting charged this whole time with all these crumbling units over here. Exalted Demonettes still chewing on the scenery and on their undead foes. So Soul Grinder of Slaanesh comes out, actually. Very rare circumstance. You don't see these guys come out very often. And the Black Knights struggling yet again to find any value on the field. Getting chased down by Hellstriders who are poisoning them and making it really hard to disengage from these combats. This is where you lose against Slaanesh, is when you're trying to pull back away from them. You just can't do it. They've got too many units with poison and 100 speed. So the second you start retreating from combat, you're just going to lose it even harder. You can't get away like that. Slaanesh not only punishes bad positioning, but makes it impossible to reposition. Which just gets to be unmanageable for some factions. And that's kind of what's going on right now. The vampires just don't have any way back into this game. Vlad is very isolated. There's really not much to speak of left on the field for the vampires. They're getting cycle charged to death from Hellstriders, who are also just beating up on the zombies in melee combat. Sustained melee combat isn't that bad for them because zombies are, you know, such a terrible unit in terms of stats. Vlad is fighting the Demon Prince. Demon Prince has been much better than I thought it would be. The debuffs are just disgusting. One melee attack on the Skeleton Spearman right now. I mean, I don't know how you're supposed to do anything when your stats are this low. Soporific Musk is also here. One last Pit of Shades, just to really put the nail in the coffin here. No pun intended. Wrecking the Skeleton Spears and what remains of the Halberds, and that is going to be curtains for those guys. Slaanesh taking the triple cap across the field. White King on death's door there. And, you know, the Hero Squad did alright. Vlad wasn't super efficient despite getting 1800 value. I think you're better bringing a Strigoi Lord, potentially. Although if you do that, you're very vulnerable to Pavane. So I understand bringing Vlad. This is just a really difficult matchup for the Vampire counts. Slaanesh is just so strong, man. And that's going to be it. Very well played. Very dominant win from our Slaanesh player here. And we do have the other semis game, finally. Nicely done. 2800 value on the Demon Prince. Great. You'll love to see it. Prince of Perfection, 320 kills, 800 value. Throwing Horsemen didn't get a lot of value, but they did, you know, poke away at some stuff. Killed some chaff. And helped clear the way for the mobility advantage in the late game, which was just overwhelming. I mean, there was nothing the Vampire counts could do at that point. I really don't like Graveguard Halberd into Slaanesh. I don't think halberds are any good. They're too slow. Your opponent has to sit on top of them for them to get any value. And that's just not going to happen more often than not. There's too many in the reserve here. I think just more mobility would have been the best call. Cutting all these Graveguard Halberds. And then, what do you bring? Let's go to the drawing board real quick. And we'll optimize this Vampire Counts build a little bit. No, not Red Duke. Here's Vlad. Okay. So you do want Blood Drinker. It's very powerful. Aura of Dark Grandeur isn't bad. You don't really need the Hunger with Vlad because he has Blood Drinker, so you can save 150 gold on that. These are good enough spells that I think you can just bring the two of them and get away with it. Raise Dead is nice for locking stuff in place, but that can be a little hard with Slaanesh, but maybe you mix it in just in case. This Raise Dead is better on more mobile lords. On foot, Vlad has 40 speed, which isn't terrible, but isn't all that good, really. Bring the White Kings on foot to anchor an objective with Scab Scraith and nothing else, and they'll always get you value. Very rare that these guys don't trade well. Bunch of zombies, bunch of spears. I don't think you want any skeleton warriors. You can bring one Graveguard. 2 corpse carts, usually a better option for yourself. And you can mix in the Crypt Horrors in the opening since you've got the space. And maybe a Black Knight. Or you can cut these and bring the Stearnsman. Stearnsman, pretty damn good. Very solid unit. They can definitely do some good damage. And then you have a Mortis Engine. You get the Mortis Engine ASAP because it gives magical attacks to everything. Or if you don't want to do that, you can bring a Balefire Corpse Cart, which also imbues magical attacks on your units. Can be really nice. You do need a Mortis Engine. Vampire Counts without a Mortis Engine is kind of sad. They don't do too hot without one. You can bring a couple cavalry units like this. Dire Pack are really good. I don't think you need that many Crypt Horrors in this matchup. Maybe another Direwolf. See, I don't like Chaos Warhounds, but Undead Wolf units are much better because they're unbreakable, technically. Like, even if they start crumbling, it's going to take a little bit for that to compound on itself and for them to crumble out. They're much better at getting their value back. And against Slaanesh, I think the Hound units are actually pretty decent. But I don't know what else you bring, man, because Graveguard just get absolutely obliterated by Slaanesh mobility. It's so hard for these guys to get value. Same with Crypt Ghouls, though. I mean, they're good against light armor, and Slaanesh is very lightly armored, but these guys are also pretty squishy. They have a bad tendency to just get flattened in just about every fight that they try to take. I mean, you might just be better off going, like, uber elite or something. I mean, I have no idea. And then just the rest, skeleton warriors for more weight onto the field. I mean, I feel like Blood Knights are kind of a necessity. Like, you've got to have them to hammer against Seekers and the Hellstriders. You've got the Dire Pack that can also come in and run underfoot of your Blood Knights. And the Direwolves and the Blood Knights need to run together so that they're supporting one another. Direwolves are mobile chaff, so they get underfoot of the Blood Knights while Blood Knights are fighting Hellstriders or Seekers. Direwolves help buffer some of the damage out, and the Blood Knights just wreck whatever they come into contact with, and you try and support your mobility with the heals as much as possible, while the Mortis Engine maneuvers around with your mobility units as well, trying to leech out whatever they come into contact with. It's tough, though. Vampires are not built to fight Slaanesh. Slaanesh is just too strong against them, I think. Like, I was very surprised how good the Demon Prince did, but an Exalted Keeper of Secrets is usually just as good, if not better, because Soul Siphon affects crumbling units as well, so you can, like, not only do you have your unit crumbling, but suddenly they're getting Soul Siphoned, and then they're just taking a stupid amount of damage passively, and it can just get so unmanageable, it's disgusting. Cool. Maybe this works. There's no guarantees, though. Slaanesh is very strong, as you can see. But regardless, congratulations to our winner today, man. Abdul played some really clean games and absolutely dominated the opposition. Everybody here can draw their own conclusions now as to how powerful they think Slaanesh is. Alright, y'all. I'm gonna end the stream off here. I'll cast the two semis matches over the course of the week and get them out on the channel and just talk about them a little bit for those of y'all who are interested. I really appreciate everybody who showed up for the stream today. And I'll catch y'all later. Take care, guys. Peace out.